A very warm welcome to all of you here in this room, in the Documentation Center, Displacement, Expulsion and Reconciliation. And also a very warm welcome to all our guests or users of the live stream. A very warm welcome to all contributors and organizers of this conference, and particularly to my colleagues Matthias Weber, Director of Federal Institute for History and Culture of the Germans in Eastern Europe in Oldenburg, and Rafal Rogulski, Director of the European Network Remembrance and Solidarity. The idea of this conference first came to my attention a short year from now ago, in April, I think, of last year. Matthias Weber, you told me about the idea to organize such an event about the role of history or historical narratives in the current war of aggression of Russia against Ukraine. That was at the very beginning of this terrible war. We are close to 1 year of this war. And I was initially intrigued by the subject and decided for my institution that we would like to be part of this endeavor. We became part of this endeavor, and our third partner, the European Network Remembrance and Solidarity, joined too. And I think that's a very, very good collaborative effort we made, and the result, we will be the witnesses of the result together during the next hours and days. What can institutions like the Federal Institute in Oldenburg, like the European Network, and us can contribute to understand this war and its deeper reasons? That's, I think, a key question to why we did this here, or why we are doing this here. I think it's about to exchange international regards on the historical roots of attitudes, blind spots, failures, cliches, and so forth, on the basis of solidarity. And that means a free exchange of ideas among specialists and experts from all over Europe and maybe even beyond. And I'm glad that the attention to this conference is so vivid, physically here in this room as well as digitally. I would like to stress, as the director of this institution, that part of this war, or one of the main consequences of this war, is a huge civilian drama, a huge civilian tragedy taking place every day in Ukraine. So we have an almost not understandable high level of destruction in Ukraine. You'd only need to watch television or read the newspapers. And we have the biggest refugee movement since the end of the Second World War. The latest numbers, I read them in the newspaper this morning, over 8 million people as a result of this war are refugees today or displaced persons, many of them within the Ukraine, but many, many, many had to decide or decided to leave this country, and they are in Berlin, in Germany, at other places, in Poland, a country which does a lot to accommodate the refugees and to help them with this very difficult situation. That's a fate which will concern more than one generation. That's for sure already today, I think. And this place is also for that reason a good place for this conference, because our focus here is on displacement, on refugees, on refugee movements from the beginning of the 20th century up to today. And unfortunately, we all learned together that this story is continuing and will have future chapters. My thanks to my both colleagues, I already mentioned them, and particularly also to my team, Nils Köhler, Leonie Mechelhoff, Sandra Köhler, Estelle Coffinet, and Christian Schnackenburg, who have worked for many weeks and months, one have to say, to put all this together. And obviously there are teams behind Mr. Weber and Mr. Rogulski. I just don't know the names, so I do it in a summarizing way. Also thank you to your teams. I think we had a good joint venture. We got better acquainted to each other, and I hope we will have a very good result. Last remark, we just had a very nice situation. I think we gave an interview to the Berliner Zeitung, the three of us, together with a journalist. And we should reflect on the fact that, as you said, Mr. Rogulski, maybe 10 years before this, or even 15 years ago, it would have been hard to imagine that the two institutions, your institution and mine, do such an endeavor together. And I think the fact that we do it today is wonderful. and it shows that history goes on, that the making of history goes on, that some things maybe depends on people who are in certain positions, on styles, how they interpret certain subjects, and I'm happy that we're here together, and I hope that we will have future possibilities maybe to work together apart from this conference. A very warm welcome again to everybody, and I now give the word to Matthias Weber. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gundula Bavendam. Ladies and gentlemen, here in this room and on screens across Europe, on behalf of the Federal Institute for Culture and History of the Germans in Eastern Europe, I would like to welcome you to the conference, The Politics of Memory as a Weapon, Perspectives on Russia's War Against Ukraine. I'm very happy to welcome the representatives of the diplomatic corps. I'm particularly pleased that guests from Ukraine will be able to attend this meeting or join us online. Welcome to Professor Andrei Portnov. Special welcome to Professor Andrei Portnov, who will speak to us in a moment. This conference should also be a sign of scientific solidarity with Ukraine. Representing the independent and critical voices of Russian participants who choose, or indeed had to choose, exile at the beginning of the war, I would like to welcome Irina Sherbakova among us. She is a founding member of the human rights organization Memorial, which was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2022. Very welcome to us. The instrumentalization of history and culture in order to achieve political aims has a long history. Wars have always been accompanied by propaganda and disinformation, but the promotion of peaceful political and other social interests have also been legitimized often by referring to history. There is a consensus in democratic European countries about the dangers of misusing history and culture as an argument. The view of one's own national past is manifold. Depending on the country, this view follows different lines of tradition and also other trends and expectations. It can be expressed in a more affirmative or critical approach to one's own past. For a long time, the task of dealing critically with the past has found way into our societies, especially via school lessons and in the media, and all this has sensitized people. As I have involuntarily learned over the past few months, this does not apply to Russia and Russian society. With Russia's attack on Ukraine, state abuse of history and culture has returned to a level that I thought was impossible in the 21st century. Similar to former Nazi propaganda, partly absurd, partly defamatory historical claims are constantly being made. Cultural arguments are put forward to legitimize the war, such as the claim that the war sets out of denazify Ukraine or repel a Western morally corrupt culture or preserve pure Russian Orthodox Christianity, with both secular and spiritual leaders seeing the Orthodox Church in a defensive struggle against Western, I quote, Satanism. Vladimir Putin is obsessed with the former imperial greatness of Russia or the Soviet Union, from which he derives the right to rule over its neighbors. He sees Belarusians and Ukrainians as a historical unity of a common Russian people. He therefore denies the statehood and the right of self-determination of Ukrainians, pursues the erasure of their historical identity and their physical destruction. the de-Ukrainization of Ukraine is demanded, as recently occurred in a pro-Kremlin article in RIA Novosti. And in alluding to the crimes of the German Nazis, the broadcaster Russia Today reported some days ago the fake that the Germans would soon deliver gas chambers to Ukraine, in which the Ukrainians will probably murder Russians. In this, the Kremlin is apparently supported by institutions, cultural workers, and even historians. Such fake information is being spread successfully, which is in a way paradoxical, because more or less everyone knows it is false. Those who invent it, those who spread it, and probably also many people who hear it and do not contradict. So the lie is working. Historical propaganda is part of the oppression, and Russia is guilty of instrumentalizing history, employing the concept of a common guilt to create a common identity. February 24th, 2022 also marked a turning point for me and my colleagues in the Federal Institute and suddenly brought completely new tasks to us. The Federal Government Commissioner for Culture and the Media spontaneously made 20 million euros available for the protection of cultural assets threatened by war in Ukraine and commissioned us to help organize the protection of museums, churches, libraries, buildings, etc. In cooperation with the German-Ukrainian Society for Economy and Science and with the experts gathered in the Ukraine Art Aid Center and many partners in Ukraine, we purchased large quantities of materials in the past months, most of which were transported directly to Ukraine on trucks. In this way, we have tried and will try in future to make a practical contribution to the preservation of the historical and cultural identity of Ukraine. At the same time, within the colleagues in the Federal Institute and within the colleagues in the European Network Remembrance and Solidarity, the idea came out to have a scientific conference focused on the war and its pseudo-justifications and on Putin's weaponizing of historical politics. It was our desire from the outset that such a conference should be international, taking into account different opinions, perspectives, different viewpoints, as is the understanding of both the Federal Institute and the European Network, which have been cooperating for nearly 2 decades, and we have been organizing numerous conferences here in Berlin and also in other European cities. That's why we have conceived and planned this conference together. We would like to discuss over the next 2 days how the view of Ukraine in the relationship with Russia has changed during the last 12 months in individual European states. For many Germans, I have to state self-critically that Ukraine has been newly discovered, historically and culturally, only since 1 year. The view in Russia was too dominant. Also, there were important mediators of Ukrainian culture and history, especially in Berlin, for a long time. It is worth remembering the great Ukrainian journalist Bogdan Ossadchuk, who died in 2011 and who, under the pseudonym Alexander Korab, wrote for decades for the Tagesspiegel, among others, and reported and explained the situation in Eastern Europe. When putting current historical disinformation into a broader context, we also question how Central and Eastern European countries are perceived by their neighbors. Therefore, while discussing Russian propaganda as a part of an aggression, we must consider the longue durée of historical narratives relating to East Central Europe and the Western assessment of Russia. A further question is the role of the European Union in this discussion, and in particular in the hoped for future peace process. As we know, there are many different images and perceptions of Russia and of the current war in the European consciousness. In Western and some Central European countries, the rise of domestic political repression in Russia and the aggressive foreign policy that followed the collapse of the Soviet Union were underestimated. Western Europe had been at peace for over 75 years, and the Russian invasion of Ukraine was hardly considered. In Germany, there has been a strong temptation to focus on the country's Second World War guilt, which has also been influenced by the experiences of division during the Cold War, and also, until recent years, of detente and reconciliation, and of a policy geared towards economic cooperation. This conference aims to examine the mechanisms and methods used in the political and social implementation of historical disinformation and portrayal of the enemy, and discuss ways in which these can be prevented or mitigated. This will entail a critical analysis of political and scholarly dealings with history in various European countries. A common understanding of what is truth and what are lies is crucial for the internal cohesion of our societies and even more for the cohesion of Europe. It is important to be able to distinguish between fact and opinion, between factual basis and propaganda. Science must convey these skills so that historical lies and disinformation do not gain more and more influence, and that our social foundations are not eroded. At our conference, we will probably experience multiple perspectives and controversial viewpoints, which are the democratic counterbalance to dictatorial historical propaganda. I'm really very pleased to be able to welcome speakers from 15 European countries today. For us, this conference is an opportunity not only to show solidarity with Ukraine. I hope that it will send also a signal of European solidarity, which is more important today than ever before. To conclude, a few words of thanks. Gundula Bavendam, thank you very much for your hospitality. We are very happy to be guests in your house, and many thanks for you and your colleagues, you have mentioned them, for the cooperation during the preparation of the conference and now during the implementation and the next 2 days. I thank you very much for this, and it's a great pleasure for us. I would like to say a heartfelt thank you to my colleagues in the Federal Institute, Hans-Christian Petersen, Beate Störtkuhl, Gerald Volkmer, Annemarie Franke, who will moderate several panels during our conference, Ralf Mende and Tanja Grom, who have come from Oldenburg to Berlin to us, will help in the organization. And I would say a special thank you to my colleague Burkhard Olszowski, who has led both the academic side and the organizational preparations on behalf of the Federal Institute. And a heartfelt thank goes also to the director of the Institute of the European Network Remembrance and Solidarity, Rafael Rogulski, and his colleagues, Małgorzata Pakwir, Bartosz Dziewanowski-Stefańczyk, Gabor Dani, Magdalena Żelazowska, for their wonderful collaboration, for their care of everything, for preparing the conference, and for successfully implementing a huge number of international projects within the work of the European Network, Remembrance and Solidarity. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all warmly, wish us lively discussions now, new insights, and many new contacts. And now I hand over to Mr. Rafael Rogulski, Director of the Institute of European Network Remembrance and Solidarity, Many thanks for cooperation, many thanks for visiting us, and many thanks for your attention. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, today, as we look back on more than 2 decades of the 21st century, while at the same time remembering the context of the 20th century, among many reflections, difficult, perhaps even irritating questions rings in some of our minds. How could we have been so wrong? How could we have been so naive? Sometimes there is also a thought, they warned us, didn't they? They told us expectedly how it would end. Others, in turn, ask, why didn't you want to hear when we were saying, and what we are saying? Behind those 2 groups, outlined here symbolically, there is not just a simple division between the West and the Central East. The dividing lines run in a much more complicated way, a bit like boundaries of the discourse, which will be discussed shortly. A bit like the boundaries of interest, various interests, private, state, and sometimes private, concealed under the mask of the state interests. Somewhere in the background, there is also the question of how to reach the world of politicians who are decision makers with the reflection of academics, because it is worthwhile for the politicians to know what they need to know, as well as to understand what they need to understand, which is not always the case. How can we help one another draw constructive lessons from the mistakes so difficult to comprehend today, and which, for the purpose of this brief welcome, may all symbolized be the decisions to build the 2 Nord Stream pipelines? One aspect of the answer of the questions I'm asking is to reflect on the manipulation of knowledge about history and using it as a weapon in a battle. This is not a new topic, yet we are again experiencing it to an extent unimaginable until recently. It is incumbent on us today, here and now, for the sake of our children and grandchildren, to seek opportunities to combat historical disinformation, because it represents an existential threat to the entire democratic world. Even if the war across our eastern border ends and the heroic Ukrainians drive the Russians invaders out of the Ukraine, the falsification of history will not only continue, but will probably intensify. We should be ready for this. And in this fight against lies, arrogance, and falsification, we should be able to work together prudently. In the European Network Remembrance and Solidarity, we have been doing this for more than a dozen years. We always look for what unites us or what allows us to accept what divides us, to be able to live with it and to argue about it without losing respect for another. And the network, it is difficult not to remind ourselves of this in this particular place, was born out of the dispute over memory, a dispute that we had in Central Europe at the turn of the 20th century and 21st centuries, which was primarily about the memory of the Second World War and its aftermath. It was here in Germany than that the idea of commemorating the suffering of the German population displaced from the former eastern borderlands of the Third Reich emerged. There would have been nothing controversial about this were it not for the fact that this planned commemoration was to almost entirely ignore the context of the Second World War, and above all, the obvious link between the unleashing of this war and its subsequent consequences. As a result of the sometimes very emotional discussions at that time, the idea of an international institution to promote cross-border dialogue on 20th century European history emerged and was named ENRS, so European Network, Remembrance and Solidarity. This institute, this international dispute, which took place on many levels, was intertwined with the internal German discussion, which in turn led to the establishment of the institution hosting us today, the Foundation Flight, Expulsion, Reconciliation, institutionally affiliated with the German Historical Museum. This dispute resulted in the establishment of two institutions which, each in its one way, take care to present historical events and processes in a broad context, explaining them and with their projects promote dialogue about history. These institutions are examples of treating historical policy not as a weapon, a tool for battle, but as a vehicle promoting dialogue and mutual respect. However, this is not a general approach, and falsifying history in public discourse is not, regrettably, a specificity of just Russia on other authoritarian states. Also in the EU countries, films and texts appear that are full of lies and manipulation, while the readiness to assume responsibility for one's own crimes and bear their consequences is not that frequent. This is also why ahead of us over the next few days are difficult, sometimes painful, and sad discussions. Perhaps it will be possible for them to be constructive, for their conclusions to help us not to repeat old mistakes and to give us hope. The previous speakers has mentioned almost everyone who just contributed to making it possible for us to meet today. I would like to join him in expressing these thanks, and yet to mention two persons: the initiator of the conference, the German ENRS coordinator, Professor Matthias Weber, and the director of the Foundation Flight, Expulsion, Reconciliation, Ms. Gundula Bavendam. I would like also to thank everyone who has accepted our invitation, whether to participate in the conference discussions or to listen to them here on the spot or online. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for coming to Berlin. And I wish you a sense of time usefully spent. Thank you. And now, let me invite you to the opening lecture on rethinking memory studies in the time of war, to be delivered by Professor Andriy Portnov. Professor Andriy Portnov, he graduated from Dnipro and Warsaw universities and defended his PhD at the Ivan Krypiakevich Institute of Ukrainian Studies of the National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine in Lviv. Between 2012 and 2014, he was a fellow at the Berlin Institute for Advanced Studies, Wissenschaftskolleg zu Berlin. In 2012 to 2016, Alexander von Humboldt Fellow at the Institute for Slavic Studies of the Humboldt University in Berlin, and at the Center for Contemporary History in Potsdam. Moreover, he was a research fellow at the University of Geneva, a short-term fellow at the Institute for Human Sciences in Vienna, and earlier in a number of other prestigious research institutes. In May 2018, Andriy Portnov was appointed a professor of History of Ukraine at the European University Viadrina, Frankfurt Oder. Andriy Portnov has published 6 books, over 200 articles, book chapters, and reviews. Their thematic scope include, among others, the Polish-Russian-Ukrainian triangle of history and memory, genocide and memory studies, Ukrainian and Soviet historiography. Professor Portnov, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Доброго дня, dzień dobry, liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen. So first of all, thank you very much for inviting me here. It's a great honor on the one hand, it's a big challenge on the other, because I have to admit, like my plan for now is just to share some observations about what all of us faced since 24th of February last year, right? I'm afraid I don't have like any good solutions or ideas for all of us to follow, but that could be, of course, the topic for further debates today, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, right? So, like, the main job should be done by you, so to say. I'm just trying my best to provoke maybe some discursive fields in a way. And you know where I wanted to start? Accidentally, dear colleagues, a couple of days ago, I had a chance to look at a school book which my daughter, who goes to a gymnasium in Berlin, is supposed to read and use. And that was the book on the subject called Politics, or Introduction into Politics, right? Politische Bildung für die Sekundarstufe. And in this book, dear colleagues, I found a chapter which is called Solving Civil Conflicts, and a sub-chapter to this chapter called Ukraine Conflict. Ukraine Konflikt. And if you read this chapter carefully, which I did, I would dare to say, start understanding why it is so difficult in Germany to talk about so many issues related to Ukraine, Russia, Eastern Europe, and so on, because this chapter is truly horrible. I'm consciously using this word, trying to ask all of us, federal ministry, networks, whatsoever, to start doing something with the textbooks. Because when the Chancellor Scholz spoke about Zeitenwende, it was of course about something else. But when young kids, including my daughter, come to class and read or hear what they read and hear, it's just horrible. Again, I'm consciously using this word. Now, imagine, dear colleagues, of course we live in a time of visual effects, but that is why I deliberately decided not to show you pictures, but to try to ask you to imagine. So this book, this chapter starts with a cartoon, which is supposed to illustrate what Ukraine conflict is about. Now, imagine this cartoon. You have a very angry and extremely unsympathetic Uncle Sam and the Russian bear, just a Russian bear, like a normal bear, which are pulling, each in his own direction, a little girl in a blue and yellow t-shirt, while saying simultaneously, so both Uncle Sam and the bear, you have a right to self-determination. So, we could analyze this picture in many ways, in a gender way actually, very much indeed. But we also have no European Union on it. No Germany, not at all. You have Uncle Sam versus Russian Bear, and most importantly, you have Ukraine as just a battlefield, as just a little girl abused by both sides. So this Ukraine has any agency of its own, no voice of its own, because they are saying to her, like, make your decision. It's kind of a joke. And she's silent. She keeps silent. That's exactly how Ukraine is still seen by so many Germans, German intellectuals, German politicians, and so on. And that's my everyday experience, dear colleagues. Because here, thank you. Because here, and that's very interesting, I'm here, I mean in Berlin, in Germany, I'm accepted or treated mostly, not as a German professor, but as a Ukrainian voice. That's not an option I like for myself, but that's how you, dear colleagues, usually treat me here. Now, when we come back to what we already heard about Putin's talks, Putin's articles, stuff like that, it is very much about the same cartoon where Ukraine has no voice of its own, and where Putin could tell us, for instance, that Ukraine just started to exist in 1991. Now, believe me, how many times I've been asked the same question, is it really so? By different kinds of German journalists. In every interview I've been asked that. You know what was the second question every time asked? What about Bandera? What about nationalism? Should we maybe start seriously thinking about it and not just pretending that we have Zeitenwende already here? No, we don't. And this presumption of nationalism as an explanation of everything somehow goes hand in hand with this lack of recognition of any real agency of Ukraine. Okay, I'm supposed to be brief, so now let me switch to Russia. In case of Russia, the agency is not questioned. Of course not. Furthermore, I've noticed a couple of months ago, and now I'm thinking about it all the time, maybe we could discuss it later on, that German politicians started very easily to talk about Russian imperialism, imperialist policy, stuff like that. But when somebody started asking, like, maybe it's also about colonialism, then usually you have responded no. It happened literally yesterday to one colleague of mine from Kyiv who was asked to write a text for the German newspaper. She did it, and they said, it's all fine, but you should replace colonialism with imperialism. Why so? Why there is no problem with colonialism, and why there is such a big problem with imperialism and such a big problem with colonialism? It's an open question. Everyone could answer it. Now, what I'd like to stress here, of course, on the one hand, we should be careful as historians and as people who try to grasp what's going on, how actively Russia itself, I mean official Russia now, Kremlin, yeah? How actively Kremlin uses nowadays, literally now, anti-colonial rhetoric in its politics, especially towards Latin America and Africa. And how partly successful they are in doing that. So, in one hand, we are kind of very cautious when it comes to Ukrainian authors, saying that there was a kind of a colonial element in Russia's attitude, but at the same time we have a very strong state-sponsored Russian narrative saying that we, Russians, are having an anti-colonial and anti-American, of course, approach to you, people of Latin America and Africa. Think about it first. And second, coming back to historical terms, of course, I should tell you as a historian that it is impossible, and it will not bring us very much indeed, to reduce the entire complexity of Russian-Ukrainian historical relationships to colonialism. It's not enough. It's just part of the game. On the other hand, it is very dangerous to overlook this dimension completely, to overlook the asymmetries we are having, not just now, also historically speaking for centuries. And also, what is even more important in this respect, I would say, is a kind of a sensitivity to this asymmetry and to this attitude. Because you see, on the one hand, in Germany, we have this very strong desire, yeah, I'm using kind of a metaphor now, to protect Pushkin or Chekhov from Putin, which is not bad, even though it's not the entire problem. Because the next part of the problem is how to reread Pushkin and even Chekhov, dear colleagues, in a new way, paying more attention to some elements of their prose or poetry that were very much imperialist, and let us be clear about it. That's a suggestion here. Maybe we don't need it anymore. We should also, in my view, read carefully what people like Mikhail Piotrovsky, the director of Hermitage, openly said, that for him and for official Russia now, culture is part of the military operation. So we here say no, but they say yes. And is it just irrelevant? Or maybe we still need to, look a bit, in a more complex way on what's going on. Now, I want to illustrate, if I may, very briefly, how this lack of sensitivity functions on German book market. Recently, colleagues of mine finally published a very good, I want to stress it, a very good German translation of Ukrainian literary text. It's the text from the 1920s, Viktor Domontovich, A Girl with a Teddy Bear, Divchina z Vedmedikom. Beautiful text, one of the best examples of Ukrainian intellectual prose of 1920s. Now, how this book was published? Now again, imagine it, I deliberately decided not to bring a copy with me. So you have the very first German translation of a brilliant author who was a brilliant intellectual, specialist in theology, in philosophy, in German literature, who was like one of the brightest minds, if you wish, in Eastern Europe in the 20th century. You have no introduction to the book, not at all. You have just a few comments that are very poorly done, and then you have a super explanation on the back cover, what is it about, and it says, the first novel by Domontovich was often compared to Nabokov's Lolita. And then some explanation. Dear colleagues, again, this book was published in Ukraine in 1927, so more than 20 years before Lolita. And I've asked myself immediately, okay, again, it's a good translation, yeah, keep it in mind. I'm asking again, could we imagine a publication of Nabokov's Lolita, the 20-whatever edition, saying that it's kind of a Russian version of Domontovich, Girl with the Teddy Bear? Of course not. And that's exactly this asymmetry that we are tending to overlook and say, it's okay, it's just like you have a universal culture and a local culture, but that's exactly this imperial narrative we should reflect on. The same, of course, goes on to the question of Crimea, where there is this incredible readiness to talk about Russian population there, and also readiness to forgive about the Crimean Tatars, or to forgive about the Ukrainian history of Crimea, including Lesya Ukrainka and many, many others. But what I'd really would like to also mention here is, of course, the decision, I suppose it would be discussed later on as well, of the German Bundestag to recognize the Great Famine in Soviet Ukraine, right, 1932-33, as a genocide. As for me, that's a perfect illustration what political necessity is about, and how far away this necessity is from academic debate and scholar work. Because the very same people, dear colleagues, the very same people who 2 years ago opposed the very same resolution. Why so? Because 2 years ago we have a different relationship to Putin's Russia and different relationship to Ukraine. Nowadays we are voting formally, it's just a declaration to recognize the Holodomor as a genocide. And I'm asking myself, okay, is it the result of some new knowledge we've got? Some new books we've read? No, not at all. Not at all. It's just political necessity. And that's also history as a weapon, if you wish. And that's a very dangerous tendency, and as a historian, I'm very much against it. I've published a long article for Osto-Europa saying that, analytically speaking, there are arguments, serious arguments, for and against using the term genocide to define the Great Famine. But again, here we have this basic question. It's not about definitions and not about sociological debates. It's about the role of historians, very limited, and the role of political necessity, especially in a situation when a real genocide is going on the battlefield. So what's easier, dear colleagues, to recognize the old story, the Great Famine, Stalinist years, or to be a bit more responsible towards what's going on now, for instance, all those kids taken from Ukraine to Russia? That's exactly what genocide is about. Yeah? Maybe we should recognize this one and then start doing what UN Convention says us to do, to prevent it and to protect them, and not just to use declarations. Now, when I said that there was no new, element, basis of knowledge about the Holodomor, I would also like to stress that unfortunately, here in Germany, and not only in Germany, broadly speaking, in Western Europe, we still have a very poor condition of Ukrainian studies. And furthermore, we have two dangerous tendencies in those studies. And those dangerous tendencies, in my view dangerous, they should be also discussed in conferences like that. First dangerous tendency is to reduce Ukrainian studies to something very contemporary, like what's going on now, or since 1991. And I've heard so many times, dear colleagues, that nobody needs this deeper history, deeper literature, deeper philosophy, what actually I'm trying to do. No, we need just to understand like what's going on now. And that's exactly actually what Putin said, that it's only about, recent years. Come on, very, very simple. Secondly, second dangerous tendency, to believe that the only problem is transferring the knowledge to the masses, that it already exists, that we already have a lot done. I don't have this feeling, dear colleagues. I don't have this feeling, dear colleagues, as the only professor in Germany who has history of Ukraine in the title of the professorship, and at the same time as a professor who has only half position. And I'm openly saying that, seriously, asking for your help, because we need more. People who work with me, they need more. It could not be that we have half position and we are happy about it. We could not be happy about it. No way. And if we treat Ukrainian studies seriously, which is not still the case, then we will acknowledge that it could not be done without knowing the language, without knowing the history, the literature, the philosophy of the country. You could not start in 1991 and 2014 knowing only Russian, and then going forward. That's not Ukrainian studies. Maybe I should stress it again, because maybe some of you will say, he just want to, cancel Russia, replace it. Not at all, actually. What I'm saying here, dear colleagues, is the very clear point that when we are talking about this perspective, it is not about replacing some existing, institutions or whatever. For me, since years, it's about, irrespective of the war, it's about rethinking and making broader the existing fields of Soviet, Polish, Jewish, Ottoman, and last but not least, Russian studies. If we finally want to understand Russia better, we need a much more serious Ukrainian studies. Because it's not just about Gogol, or about Great Famine, or about, name it, influence of Ukrainian Baroque on Russian culture in the 18th century. It's a deeper problem how to rethink the already existing field, how to make it richer, more international, more responsible, more open also to comparisons and entanglements. Now, my Lehrstuhl, my chair is called Entangled History of Ukraine. What I'm always used to say, every history nowadays is entangled. Doesn't matter whether it's Ukraine or Russia or Poland or Japan, name it. It's automatically entangled. But why it's called like that in my case? Because it was the only way to legitimize using the word Ukraine in the title. So let us think about it seriously, responsively, and not pretend it's just, just a coincidence. It's not a coincidence. Now, I am asking myself all the time, also listening to our great introductory, I would even say lectures, if I dare to say so. I'm asking myself all the time how me, myself, and we as historians or literary scholars or political scientists, how could we respond to the propaganda, which I would also say is rather growing, and we'll have more, unfortunately. Most probably we'll have more. And also I have an impression, dear colleagues, that unfortunately rational arguments, just bringing some evidence, historical evidence or whatever, not always help. It depends. Sometimes it helps, but quite often not. You mean you could explain the entire story, like give all the, quotes whatsoever, but the person or the institution or the group would still believe in something else. And that's a very serious challenge, because if it would be so easy just to give a proper knowledge instead of propaganda, we will live in a, happy new world tomorrow, but it's not the case. And no less easy is the question about the role of a historian, or an intellectual, if you wish, because as for me, still the main task of us is, of course, to understand the complex interrelations between what we are doing and the dynamic political situation, to develop critical thinking, to remain open to another opinion. Because, every war, unfortunately, of course, brings this tendency, to radicalize and to stay on one or other side. But as scholars, we need to remain open to another opinion, absolutely. And of course, to be careful with contextualization. And you know, I've reread a couple of weeks ago, accidentally, Tony Judd's book about French intellectuals. And I decided to end my short introductory talk with a quote from Tony Judd. And he said, in a very different context again, but maybe it could resonate somehow. So, a refusal to occupy the post of the engaged intellectual may be the most positive of the steps modern thinkers can take in any serious effort to come to terms with their own responsibility for our common recent past. Question mark. Thank you very much. Дуже дякую.
We knew what we do, inviting Professor Portnow as a main speaker. Thank you very much. And now we are perfectly on time and would like to invite first speakers of the first panel discussion. The theme of the panel discussion is what should we have known about Russia and Ukraine before the war? The limits of European intellectual and political discourse. And I would like to invite the moderator of this discussion, Volker Weichsel, and Guido Hausmann, Martin Szymeczka, and Marek Cichocki. Chantal del Sol, Professor Chantal del Sol informed us 2 days ago that she is ill and cannot come, but she sent some sentences, some ideas which will be presented by the moderator. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, there are two dangers to truth and an open historical academic debate. The first danger we already heard about. It's about denying there is any truth at all. But the other danger is to call perspectives from the very first moment a lie. So we heard very much about lies already in the here we will try to draw a line between what can be a perspective on history, as we should look on Ukraine history through the lens of colonialism or imperialism, which is a perspective, and a statement which is an open lie, as we did not invade Crimea in 2014. These are very different things, and I hope in this discussion we will be able to draw these two lines to avoid losing truth and losing the ground of an academic historical debate. Let me please introduce you our three speakers. To my right, Guido Hausmann, professor of Central, Eastern, and South European history at the University of Tübingen. He is also the co-speaker of the German-Ukrainian Historical Association since September 2020, as I think. In a few weeks, I hope, there will appear his last recent book, edited together with Dietmar Neutatz on, I noted the title because I still did not read it, Das Erbe des Imperiums, multinationale und regionale Aspekte der ukrainischen Revolution 1917 bis 21, so which means the heritage of the imperium, multinational and regional aspects of the Ukrainian Revolution 1917 to 1921, soon to appear. To his right, I think most of you know him, Marek Cichocki from Poland, from the College of Europe in Tallinn, Polish intellectual, historian, had many influence on debates on Europe in and the European Union in Poland and all over Europe in the last 20 years. And his last books are just only published in Polish, as far as I know, was Początek końca historii, tradycje polityczne. So in English, the beginning of the end of the history, political traditions in the 19th century. That's it. And last but not least, Marek Szymeczka, who came to us from Bratislava. In the program, he's introduced as a representative of journal Respekt. As far as I know, you have been with Respekt 15 years ago. Now you are a freelance journalist, a writer, intellectual, very prominent in Slovakia. You have been with the European network of cultural journals, Eurozine, and you are writing most of all for Denik and a Slovak daily, as far as I understand it. Welcome, Marek, and my name is Volker Weichsel. I am editor of the journal, Berlin-based journal Osteuropa, a monthly articles on politics, society, economics, and culture from Central and Eastern Europe to the former Soviet space since 1924, with a short interruption in the 1930s and 1940s. So the topic of our discussion is the limitations of the European intellectual and political discourse. What should we have known about Russia and Ukraine before the war? I would like to add, and what did we know? Not only what should we have known, but what did we know? And as we already heard, one aspect of the debate is also what did we, or what did those who wanted to know, academics, journalists, know? What did even politicians know, but didn't want to draw the consequences, or even didn't know which consequences are to be drawn before the war? We start with very short opening statements by everybody, 5 minutes maximum, and then we start a common discussion. Guido Hausmann.
Stresshardt, thank you very much, and thank you very much to the organizers of this conference for inviting me to this event. So, if we start with the question of the limitations of the European intellectual and political discourse, and so asking myself also, what should we have known about Russia and Ukraine before the war? I just want to highlight a few points on the history of Russia. And of course, we have known much more about the history of Russia than about the history of Ukraine in Germany before the war. And most of the chairs in Eastern European history, Russian history, were devoted to the history of Russia and the Soviet Union. And no chair was devoted to the history of Ukraine. So my first point is then there was, of course, a lot of wishful thinking and streamlining the current situation of Russia and also its history. And in particular in the last, I would say, 30 years since the collapse of the Soviet Union, since the 1991, I remember the 1990s, we did a lot of research on the emerging civil society in Russia, and not only in the early 1990s, but also in late imperial Russia. So it seems, so we have explored, we have discovered this emerging civil society, but it seems nowadays that there was a lot of wishful thinking linked to this, of course. Also, we have discovered we were interested in European values in Russia in the 1990s. We have certainly overemphasized these kind of developments which did occur, but which remained marginal as we see it today. So this is one point, wishful thinking, not only by politicians, but also by historians of Russia. A second point is the imperial traditions of Russian history. And one might add colonial with a question mark, at least for me. Obviously, these imperial traditions have survived the end of the Soviet Union, and they are powerful resurfacing in the past 20 years. They are aiming at limiting the sovereignty of its neighbors, in particular of Ukraine. It is obvious now that Europe is not living in a post-imperial world. Spheres of interest and influences and interests exist until nowadays. So powerful an interest by Russia in these spheres of interest in Eastern Europe, at least. And a third point with relation to Russia is that war is an option. Very general point, but I think this is important. We were believing in an international legal order, and now we see that war is an option in the post-Soviet sphere for Russia. We have believed more in Russia's society, and now we see that Russia's society, at least as how we have perceived Russia's society, has been marginalized by Russia's political elite. So these are 3 points with relation to Russia. And with relation to Ukraine, I would say that Ukraine has a history at all, should we have known, and we did not know it. And that its history not just started with the Soviet Union, so with 1922, being a republic of the Soviet Union. So has a history means then, to me, has a history from Middle Ages or from early modern times on. A second point which I would like to highlight is the importance of the state and state building in Ukrainian political thinking. We probably were not aware of this. So Ukraine was aiming at state building in the entirely 20th century, 1917-18, 1939, 1941, and state building was a crucial element of Ukrainian political history and national thinking. We probably did not take that in consideration. Should speak on this. State is kind of seen since in 19th century as also as a cultural achievement. So we were not aware of this. A third point here is the convergence of anti-imperial nationalism and pluralism, which actually takes place in Ukraine, and both factors are important, and I think this should be highlighted. And 2 more points I would like to add here. We were not aware in Germany that Ukraine has a shared history with Poland, Lithuania, with Central Europe at all. We were thinking of Ukraine as part of Russia, as a province of Russia. These are serious shortcomings, of course, but these multiple Ukrainians' historical relations with Central Europe, they added to Ukraine's political options and orientations after 1991. And also in this regard, that Germany has, at least in the 20th century, an entangled history with Ukraine, which is shaped by a large degree by violence. So these are just 4 points, but I would like to add 1 point, if this is allowed here, which seems to me quite crucial. Because a major challenge beyond misconceptions we have had, beyond misperceptions we have had, is in my view the emotional basis of Germany's relations with Ukraine and Russia. So whereas Germany's historical relations with Russia are shaped by a large number of culture brokers and broader and century-long exchanges, this politically, economically, culturally, this is not the case with Ukraine, and Matthias Weber has mentioned Bogdan Ossadchuk, who is an exception in this regard, of course. So we have, as a result of this, we have a lack of empathy with Ukraine, which was noticed, of course, in the public discussion in the last year. And obviously, it seems that this needs time for changing this. So the emotional basis of our relations to Ukraine and Russia seems to me quite important. So this is, with this I finish my first statement.
Thank you, Guido Hausmann. We will discuss some points later and swift to Marek Cichocki.
Thank you very much. First of all, I have a problem with this question, or the way how the question is formulated, what we should know, what we did know and what we didn't. I have the problem with we. Who is we? What kind of we have in mind in this formulated question? And this is I am saying about it not because I want to start any blaming game. But I think that these differences between the we's, these differences are very important. They are very important to start the huge task, which was already mentioned by Andriy Portnov, to look at Russia and to look at Ukraine and to look at Central Eastern Europe in a different way. But this is even much more complicated task because it requires also to start a debate about these different we's and what these different we's in fact, we are talking about different identities. What these different identities means for European history and how European history is perceived and interpreted. So I think this question is very important, but it should be formulated in a more precise way. And if we are talking about these differences, I think there are some important topics which we should take for discussion. Topics where we can see how these differences among us, among our identities emerge. I think the first, of course, the starting point should be this war, this cruel war waged by Russia and conducted by Putin, because, of course, this war requires from us the reaction. and push us in this direction that we have to redefine, rethink our previous approaches to Russia, and of course our previous approaches to Ukraine as nation, as state. But then, if I look for other topics which shows the differences between these different kinds of we, I would also take for the discussion the question of the legacy of the Cold War and the end of the Cold War. Because I think a part of the problem in this approach to Russia and to the whole region of the Eastern and Central Europe is the fact that the meaning, the sense of the end of the Cold War was interpreted completely differently. For example, in Germany, and for example, in Central Europe, and differently in so-called post-Soviet space. By the way, we should also start to discuss this term in light of the current events. And of course, it was completely different interpreted by Russians. And the results of these different interpretations we can see now. But this is not the end of the agenda of topics we have to take for the discussion, because, of course, Putin misusing the term anti-Nazism and misusing the term denazification, he communicates something important to us, and he wants to achieve something important for him. Because, of course, the attitude to Nazism and anti-Nazism is one of the key points of the foundations of modern post-war Europe. So by misusing this term, probably he wants to aim at destroying this kind of the foundation. So we have to start the discussion, what does it mean, anti-Nazism, and what this Putin's manipulation means, for example, also for the opposite of this anti-Nazist term, namely anti-communism. Because certainly Putin's tried to make a kind of the continuation between the myth of communism combating Nazism, yes, and he makes this this point about the tradition of the great patriotic war in Russia against Nazism. Then we have to extend, however, this agenda, because the problems we have to discuss, and which are certainly responsible also for the European approach to Russia and the European approach to the Central Eastern Europe, is the problem of how the Versailles Wilsonian concept of Central Eastern Europe was invented, and how this tradition of Versailles Europe was interpreted. And finally, because you have mentioned my book about the 19th century, I think that we should also start to discuss about the consequences of the so-called Vienna legacy and the concept of the concern of nations, because talking about imperialism and talking about great powers and the idea that only great powers can order Europe, it brings us directly to this kind of legacy. I would even say Kissingerian way of thinking about what the European order is, and we see that even Henry Kissinger, with 100 years, yes, in this age, this is my final word, decided to change his attitude to Ukraine. One could say better later than never. So even with in the age of 100 years, you can change your mind.
Thank you. There are two ways to deal with the question of the we's. The first could be that we really ask what in Poland or Slovakia you should have known about Russia and Ukraine, should have known, but I think the basic understanding of this question was what should we in Germany or Western Europe, and as you all see, a fourth participant of this panel should have been Chantal Delsol from Paris. She could not came because she fell ill. So the we here is what we in Germany and Western Europe should have known, and you are, as I understand, the organizers are invited as experts on this and not as part of this we. But now we listen to Marek Szymeczka with his introductory statement.
Thank you. I think that I loved Mr. Portnoy's speech, which was addressed actually to Germans, but I would say, well, you don't feel so guilty because Central Europeans didn't know about Ukraine as well. Maybe except Poles, because Poles have the long history with Ukraine. But Czechs and Slovaks, I will speak for both nations because I'm by origin both, didn't know very much about Ukraine before actually 2014 after annexation of Crimea. And it was big, even although actually the part of Ukraine, especially about, I mean, the western part of Ukraine belonged to Czechoslovakia in a period between two wars. But Czechs and Slovaks forgot it completely. I mean, Stalin took it, and then Czechs and Slovaks forgot that it was sometimes the part of their country. The thing is, I think that there are two reasons for that. One is because Ukrainians started to be independent in '91, and Czechs and Slovaks were in that time obsessed by their own split to be independent, both states, and there were Balkan wars and so on, so they didn't even recognize. I think that Czechs and Slovaks basically had been thinking about Ukraine, okay, I think similar to Germans, it's actually Russia, only in the other state. It's like they are Russians, but not, they have their own states, but that basically they are. There was very simple, and I think, knowledge of Ukraine, if there was any. I think it has completely changed, of course, year ago, but in 2014 already started something to recognizing that Ukraine is something different than Russia. I think that when Mr. Rogulski said to the Germans or to West Europe, why didn't we listen to probably Central Europeans? Well, actually, it reminded me, I remember it wasn't so much about Ukraine, but it was more about Russia, because if we did know something about, was Russia, maybe not Ukraine, but Russia we did know. And as you may remember, in 2009, there were a famous open letter to Barack Obama, American president, signed by Václav Havel, Lech Walesa, the other former presidents and intellectuals from Central Europe, warning Barack Obama that he didn't recognize Russian threat because his thoughts and ideas were already different, and he looked to the other corners of the world. And I remember that when it was published, then in West Europe, the comments for that letters were, oh, okay, these old dissidents are out of date. They don't anymore. They live in the past. They don't understand. So that was a warning, which was very precise. If you read it today, it's clear. I mean, 15 years after we know, or you know, the fact is that in that letter, Ukraine is not mentioned. It's more about Russia as a general threat to Europe. So now we have it. Now we are here, and I think what happened in the countries like Slovakia and Czech Republic, is that, and I'm shocked as a bilingual, both Czech and Slovak, thinking that both nations are quite, I mean, they live together, they were quite similar, but they are so different in the attitude to Ukraine and the war. 1/3 of Slovaks prefer or still sympathize with Mr. Putin, and 45% of Slovaks wish Russia would win. In Czech Republic, it's only 4%. So a huge difference between two nations, and you have to ask why. I mean, it would be too complicated to say, to explain, but it's also about history. The thing is, Central Europe is not so much united as you would think. There are a lot of, I mean, in societies like Hungary and Slovakia, there are big minorities still, but very big, who are who are pro-Russian actually. So be careful. I mean, it's not only the task for Germany. The thing is that if Germany fails in recognition of the war and Ukraine importance, then we fail twice as much in Central Europe.
Thank you very much, Marek Šimečka, for emphasizing on the huge differences between Central European societies, and because often we look to Poland, and when we say they have warned us, we mean basically the Polish view on Russia. As far as I understand, we have two competing views on this panel. The one is we had the most problematic issue was the non-perception of Ukraine, and Marek Šimečka stressed more that the problem was the misperception of Russia. I would like you all to shortly elaborate on this question. Are both mis- and non-perceptions equally important, or is it a misinterpretation of me that I say we have these competing views?
Well, both are important. If I reflect on what we did know about Ukraine, let's say until 2014, then we have had at disposal basic narratives of Ukrainian history by some authors. So we have had some basic knowledge. And in addition, what we have had, and this is important for German society, I would say, in the 1990s, many municipalities invited former forced laborers from the time of World War II to German cities. So this was an encounter of German society with Ukrainians, the first time after decades, I would say. And even many Germans since the 1990s visited Ukraine. So some change was underway, I would say. In addition, and that's a second point, we have had translations, very good translations of Ukrainian writers by respected German publishers since the late 1990s. So German society who wished to inform itself about Ukraine, you know, it was somehow possible to do. So the situation is very different with regard to Russia. We have had plenty of information about Russia in German mass media. often kind of, I would say, misconceptions, streamlining it. TV shows, but in addition, differentiated knowledge about Russia's history and politics. So we did know very little about the conflictual relations between Ukraine and Russia. This was somehow a non-topic, I would say. And we only started to learn about this, I would say, essentially in the past 10 years, and not before. Is this a failure? Yes, probably it is a failure. It was a failure. But somehow, of course, I mean, Polish history is more entangled with Ukrainian history. Austrian history as well is more entangled with Ukrainian history. So we simply have to learn. And we are, I think, in the process of learning and in enriching our knowledge. And in that respect, we can somehow accuse also Germany for its non-knowledge of Ukraine and its complicated relations with Russia. But we should take this into account, that we are somehow a learning society and that we are changing. Maybe too late. This is correct.
Well, I think that there is a. Well, of course, we should have known, but and it comes not only to Germany, but it comes to Central Europe. If you remember Milan Kundera's famous essay about kidnapping Central Europe, there is not mention about Ukraine at all there. Central Europe had been only until, I mean, that Grenze, that board. So it's not only, it's a Central European vision as well, that Ukraine didn't somehow doesn't belong to us. This is changing. But for Central Europe, it's easier because we failed, of course, recognizing the Ukrainian identity or the special history of Ukraine. By the way, this year, a year ago, when it was published in Slovakia and in Czech Republic, the short history of Ukraine, it was a bestseller. So people started to recognize. There is another very good thing, and I know it's also for Germany, but for Slovaks and Czechs, it's very special. Thousands and tens of thousands in Slovakia of Ukrainian refugees. It helps a lot to understand that, Ukrainians, and for Slovaks actually, it's a first time in their history that finally they started to help somebody else. Slovaks were used that everybody else helped them as immigrants in the past. So that's a good thing. The other thing, good thing is the war. Yes, the war is terrible. The positive thing of that, if we can talk about that, is that the information about Ukraine in last year is just massively much bigger than any time before. You even count how much information now we have about Ukraine comparing to a year ago. And I understand that for Germans, it's much harder because at least we knew what was Russia about. So we didn't need to change our vision or view on Russia. We knew. We need to know more about Ukraine, but we knew about Russia, everything. You Germans have to learn. And of course, I don't want to talk about all these reasons why it was so. And I think it's difficult because, of course, German academic field is years and years, decades. Russian literature was just a very good job probably in Germany. Now you have to change it. You have to, and for me, it was fantastic to reread the Russian literature. I spoke to many Ukrainian intellectuals about that, and I have reread last year Dostoevsky and Tolstoy and even Bulgakov. And it's amazing how it opened my eyes through Ukrainian views on Russian literature. And that is a fascinating challenge we have in front of us, all of us, not only Germans, all of us.
Just a brief comment on Kundera. You mentioned, of course, he didn't mention Ukraine because he was concentrated on Habsburg monarchy and small nations. So as the opposite to Soviet Union. Yes. And by the way, for many Poles, this essay was always very strange. This was the way to think about Central Europe, maybe close to some our friends from Krakow, but not if you look from the Polish perspective, without this context of Habsburg monarchy, then this essay was absolutely not understandable for many people in Poland, because of course our context is not the Habsburg monarchy as the opposite of the Soviet Union, but this is rather the context of the Polish Commonwealth, of the First Rzeczpospolita, in opposition to Soviet Union, of course, not historically, but when it comes to political ideas and culture. But coming back to your question about this misinterpretation of Russia and non-interpretation of Ukraine. Non-interpretation of Ukraine, this was exactly what was already mentioned at the very beginning of our conference. This is the lack of actorness of nations of our region in the Western perspective, and this is a very interesting question. Why? Where it's come from? This kind of approach. That these are the nations without actorness. They are ethnies, but not demos in that sense. They of course are different in ethnical terms. They have certain own ethnical traditions, cultures, but they are not demoi in the sense of the political communities acting in history and in politics. And it's interesting to pose these questions and to search for the reasons of this approach, which is now, of course, mostly vivid in the case of some Western approach to Ukraine. But as I said, it is a more general question. And a more general problem. And by the way, this is one of the reasons I think we should rethink also the concept of the post-Soviet space as a box where all non-actors were put just only as the objects of the Russian interests and Russian sphere of influence. Yes. Misinterpretation of Russia. I think the problem is, was it to what extent it was the misinterpretation, and to what extent it was the miscalculation? Because especially if I look at the German political and historical and cultural debates, I have to ask myself to what extent Russia is a part of a German identity, of a German European way of thinking about Europe. Also in the context, for example, of the German reunification. And that makes it difficult, I think, for many people here in Germany to change the attitude to Russia, because simply in the German identity and the political experience, Russia is part of the German way of thinking about Europe and about its own reunification, for example, as the outcome of the end of the Cold War. And that made, I think, also so difficult to see some things in Yeltsin Russia and then later in Putin's Russia, which were obvious for all others, looking at what is the evolution of the post-Cold War of the Russian Federation. Yeah? So my question here is rather to what extent it was misinterpretation and to what extent it was just simply the miscalculation.
And one probably should add to the understanding of Germany that there might be somehow an imperial bias in German policy, which connects it to Russia's policy. So the kind of, of an understanding of state, of nations with a state tradition, and there somehow is a kind of a hidden joint understanding of both powers with shared attitudes, certain attitudes, and which had a result for Germans' relations to Ukraine as well. So I think there's a point here, and one should probably add another point, that is anti-Americanism in Germany, which was very important for the misunderstanding of the Euromaidan in 2013 and 2014, and which is probably very important in pro-Russia views in Germany, which were in effect anti-American views and not pro-Russian views. So there are some really bigger points we have to discuss.
As there are different German ways, I would agree to all these points you mentioned, and even if I am the moderator, I would add a fourth point, which is you said war is an option for Russia, and for Germany war was not an option. So even those who knew everything, even those who read the journal Osteuropa, where you could read about Russian imperialism, about the Chechen War in the 1990s, in the early 2000s, you could read everything. Even those who knew, for them, war for Germany was not an option. So there was no answer to what we knew. So this is my main hypothesis on why a certain segments of German society which knew what is going on did not just have an answer what to do about it.
I remember when I was a dissident in communism, and I was furious when I saw in TV these peace marches in Germany against Russian missiles in Germany. And I was asking, what are you talking about? No, it was in West Germany. It was in West Germany. Well, and I was thinking, why are you not against Russian missiles? So, I mean, this is, as you say, I mean, this desire for peace as a war is not an option. I agree. That's a German kind of legacy and thinking. And it's a thinking, of course, when I see that it's absurd. In Slovakia, this is the same, but who says that? In Slovakia, the fascists say that, and the so-called social democrats who are actually radical right, the Mr. Fico and so on. So there you see how the radical right and radical left is talking about peace, meaning actually let the Russian win. That's all about that. It's nothing else.
Okay, this was the debate on the misperception or not misperception or miscalculation of Russia. And then I have also a question on the non-perception of Ukraine. Don't you think that a specific German history of the 20th century or interpretation of the German history of the 20th century led to this non-perception of Ukraine as an actor in history? And what I mean is, German history is after Nazism, after the Holocaust, was interpreted as a catastrophe which was caused by nationalism. And nationalism was seen as something which is connected to autocracy, to war. And the democratic tradition of nationalism from the French Revolution was completely lost in Germany. So every look to Central and Eastern European democratic national movements was as, oh, these are those who are going to war for their nation, as we did in 1939. Don't you think that this was one of the most important problems of this German non-perceptions, starting with 1989, starting with the interpretation of the end of the Cold War, starting with the Yugoslav war, and ending up with the non-perception of Ukraine for these 30 years?
Yeah, certainly this is true, that Eastern Europe and Russia, the Soviet Union at large, was perceived as a space of violence, a space of trouble, a space of wars in the German mind, if we take German mind as a we, which is disputable. And this had the effect that we wanted, or that the German mind wanted to dissociate itself from Eastern Europe and Russia, including Ukraine. But then, you know, why this is particularly to Ukraine and not to Russia, not to Poland. So this is a bigger question. So Germany's relations with Ukraine are pretty much, probably in the German mind, limited to some extent to World War II. Already World War I, the conquest and the violent regime of Germany in Ukraine in 1918 is not taken into consideration. That's not in our mind, I would say. So it's very much limited to World War II. And in the German literature in the 1950s and 60s, the theme of Ukraine pops up. If you read Heinrich Böll, you find it. You can find it there, and one can add other authors. But then if you go to the 60s, 70s, 80s, there's very, very little knowledge about Ukraine. I tried to check what the 1680s, so the 68er generation, what they have in mind, Ukraine, and all of those elder colleagues who somehow were joined to it did say to me, no, we have no. Then I checked some books. I read Cohn-Bendit again, and one can find Nestor Makhno, so the anarchist leader of Ukraine, 1920-21. But this was not really a figure, I don't know, of romantic or of some kind of an alternative image, a positive image, which would make it possible to relate, to associate oneself to Ukraine beyond war and violence. So we have too little, somehow, cultural context. We have too little these kind of culture brokers, figures which link Germany with Ukraine. And this legacy is hard to overcome. And I would predict that it's even in the next time, it will be hard to overcome. Although it is changing now, but this is not a short time kind of challenge and task for us.
of course, looking at this from the Polish perspective, I would say, first of all, there is a question about pacifism as a certain European tradition and idea, which was after the end of the Cold War connected very strongly to a certain ideological approach, labeled by the end of history. So the end of history, end of ideologies, end of geography, end of history. We will now live in a peaceful world without any conflicts, any problems. If we have some conflicts, this is just only that some of us are not enough adult, not enough evolved, and then we have to help them to understand what is the only truth. And I think that looking at this idea from the situation of people living in the Central and Eastern Europe, it was always strange, this kind of the idea, and that was a sound disbelief that this is a genuine approach to politics and to the future of Europe, and that made us sensitive to problems like geography, like history, like geopolitics, which matters. And despite of our personal convictions about pacifism, I think even being pacifists, we have to understand that geopolitical matters, that history matters, that we can be confronted with political and imperial structures which will wage wars against us. So we can't just use pacifism as an excuse not to do something against this kind of threats. The second problem is what you have mentioned, the attitude to nationalism. And of course, I would not deny that excessive forms of nationalism, especially combined with imperialistic or colonialistic politics, can wage conflicts and wars. But I think the important division when it comes to the perspectives on this issue between, for example, the Polish experience and the German experience was always the difference between the belief that only empires can provide us with order, sustainable order, and the opposite opinion, that the nations creating their own democratic states are the forces which can create a sustainable and just international order, because this is not only about sustainability but also about the just order. And I think that what we are watching now and what we're experiencing now, because of Ukrainians' fight for independence, statehood, against a clearly imperial force, reminds us about this basic division in thinking about what should be the foundation, what should make foundations of sustainable and just peace in Europe.
So perhaps the Germans should have read more their fellow philosopher from Königsberg, who in his treatise on eternal peace founded eternal peace on a federation of republics and not on a imperial state which brings order to us. But Martin wanted to add it.
I only wanted to it's difficult to, of course, to recognize nationalism as something positive, and I understand from Germany it's even worse. I remember very well, I hated nationalists in Slovakia in 90s. And by definition, we had been thinking that nationalism is anti-democratic. That's kind of a definition in as such. But we have to think about there were various types. We can call it patriotism, but Baltic republics, I mean, their nationalism was democratic. In Ukrainian nationalism is democratic. So we have to maybe recognize it's maybe patriotism, but I think it's not as easy to recognize this, and nationalism for me is kind of a biggest dangers in my own country. And I remember it very well in the 90s when the Czechoslovakia actually collapsed because of the nationalism. And Slovakia was then actually in 90s almost an authoritarian regime led by nationalists. But I think that what we are, and I think Mr. Tsikovsky is right that this is what we are witnessing now. What we see is that Ukrainian fight for freedom and democracy, we have to say, in the same way, is based on, well, let's say, national idea, and we see, and it's such a big lecture for all of us. That we have to recognize, we have to, well, first of all, admire that, and also to see how strong can be, how passionate can be the idea of nationhood. And I think for all of us in Europe, it's reminding us that still we are living in a peace and we think it's over. It's not. That's why I think all these tasks for all of us is to listen to Ukrainians now, I mean, thousands more times than we had been before. All what they say is a lecture for us, is kind of is something we have to learn. And I think now, I mean, it's time to listen to them finally. And I wish we do it, I mean, for us, not only for them.
I wonder if there will be a possibility for participants to ask questions. This is a question to the organizers. So I hope there will be, you prepare, and I have a last question from my side to the audience before it's your turn. I doubt we should connect nationalism and the question if it's a peaceful, democratic nationalism to a certain nation, but we should look at the concrete situation. I think Marek Tsikovsky will agree that in certain historical times, especially towards Poles, Ukrainian nationalism was not peaceful and democratic. So it depends on the concrete situation, doesn't it? Perhaps you just elaborate on it shortly.
No. It's hard to elaborate on it, but in the study of nationalism, we know that it has a destructive side and a constructive side. So, in the 19th century, nation building nationalism was a force against the estate order. I mean, so for equality, on the basis of the nation. So it was, if you like the term, it was a progressive force to some extent, and obviously it has a destructive side as well. So it's hard to really come to a simple kind of assessment of a nation and nationalism. And I fully agree that it depends on the situation, and then we have to take that into account.
Which brings me to the very last.
I only want to, and it's my personal experience. I mean, how one's mind can change. I'm talking about my translator to Ukrainian. I met her 2 years ago. There was not a war, well, it was in Donbass, but not in invasion. And I was so shocked by her nationalistic view on literature. She hated Russian literature, saying it's imperial, it's oppressive against Ukrainian nation. She was right, by the way, but I just didn't understand. I was a little bit thinking, okay, I mean, it's too much. I mean, how can you blame literature and so on? It's not fair. Well, 2 years later, she was right. And that's what I mean, that what I had been thinking that time, this is a nationalism which I don't like. I have to think now, she was right. I mean, whether I like it or not, she was just right.
So as far as I understand, you go to this microphone, or is it? There will be a mic. So please, short questions, no comments, or short comments, basically questions to the audience.
But I want to
introduce yourself.
Eva Quistorp was a former member of the European Parliament for the Greens, and I was member what I didn't like, but it was a sort of duty for the USSR delegation. But being member of the USSR delegation, I did not travel only to Moscow in December 91, but I traveled before to Ukraine with a delegation of the Greens because of Chernobyl in April 91. So I gave a speech on Maidan in 26th of April 91, and when the coal miners in strike were so loud and didn't want us to do our ecological rally, I started to say very clear, we all are against the disinformation from Moscow, and then the coal miners were quiet and listened. As one example, I wanted to add, Volker, I can't put it as a question, that within the German we, I think, with for all countries within the last 30 or 40, 50 years, we need more differentiation. And I think what is mostly forgotten in academic and political debates is a part of German society. One is the church, the churches, how have been the debates in the churches, and then the ecological movement and the feminist movement have been in Germany, in East in another form than in West, but in both parts of Germany, these milieus, social and intellectual and artistic milieus, had a role for the debate and for the development. So we would need 1 hour at least to debate the peace movement in both parts, but it would be worthwhile because what you see now, I have been organizing these rallies together with Olaf Scholz. So you see the background is not just, oh, how strange have they been and how stupid, but it is a real part of the German learning, what you said, the learning process of the German society, and of both sides. The peace debate is very important for the 50s, 60s in another way with Vietnam War, and then the 80s was very different. It was not the 68, it was much more women, environmental, new generations, or 3 generations within it. But I want to add for Ukraine, I think that within the churches, those who wanted to work against anti-Semitism and the reconciliation, they made travels to Ukraine and to Belarus. So Belarus as a state and Ukraine as a state were existing in parts of the churches, and since Chernobyl, both states were really existing with a special interest for the anti-nuclear energy scene. And the Children of Chernobyl, for example, the network which is still organizing now very much help for the opposition in Belarus and for Ukraine is now the old network of Children of Chernobyl, which are in villages and so on. And for the question of nationalism, as a member of European Parliament, I can really recommend it as a school for seeing the limitations of intellectual and political discourse, and the reality of the differences. So if you are not just doing your career and not just doing your political business for your party and so on, and for the media of your country, but if you see it as a communication area, as a possible cooperation area, you see so much limits and differences, how history is seen, how the other nations are seen. And so I was a minority in the European Parliament to be for the independence of the Baltic states. I was criticized by Claudia Roth and the rest of the Greens that I would be nationalist and chauvinist because I was working for the independence of the Baltic states. But this learning process related to the Baltic states and the learning process related to Sarajevo, for example, has been happening only in parts of Europe. And now we have to do that learning process or shock in a much bigger framework. Yes.
Thank you, Eva. Christoph, would anybody of you like either to comment or to elaborate on the same topic for Slovakia or Poland? If not, I proceed to further questions. So you...
Well, I don't want to be, because this is much more about Germany actually and Germans' minds than about Slovak minds and some small states like Slovakia. It doesn't matter so much, but I see the process of what scares me, and what scares me about Germany, because it scares me in Slovakia, it's how manipulative is the talk of peace. In our country, abused by the opposition and the fascists and so on, and actually in Germany as well. I hope I'm not talking about majority, but yes, it's difficult to talk about war as something that we have to win, but it's a war, because it's so easier to talk about peace. But it's completely manipulative and wrong. And by the way, in Czech Republic there were presidential elections in just a week ago. It was fascinating how different it was in Slovak Republic, because both candidates in the second round were talking about, one candidate, Mr. Babiš, a populist, was talking about the peace. He wants the peace and he will organize a peace. And General Pavel, who was former NATO general and so on, was talking about peace is illusion in long term. We have to defend our peace, but sometimes in a war. And he won by the huge margin, because in Czech Republic it didn't work, this call for peace, because people knew it's manipulative. It didn't work. So that's a good kind of sign. I'm afraid that in Slovakia it would be otherwise. That's a problem of these nations, which are so different now. In Mind of Peace, that we had mostly because people think that the peace is the old order. This, when the Russian wins, we will come back to our good lives from the past. And it's just wrong. It's a lie. But it's difficult to talk about that, because otherwise you are all the time, if you talk about the war, you are the wrong guy. And that's a problem in Germany as well, I think, and I understand the problems with your past.
Thank you. My name is Albert Nicola and I come from Albania. I had a very short question for Professor Šimečka. Yeah, do I pronounce it correctly? I wanted to ask just a very short question about what you mentioned before, the polls in Slovakia, because you mentioned that the difference between those who sympathize for Russia is quite huge, and there's a minority of people who sympathize for Ukraine. Do you think, or do you have any evidence that among those who sympathize for Russia has a kind of nostalgia for the Soviet times, or is it a question of Russia today? Thank you.
Well, both. But the truth is that it's not like that. It's just about, it's a 40%, let's say 40% are pro-Russians. The rest, the 40% are pro-Ukrainians. The rest is just somewhere in the middle. But yes, the part of that is a legacy of communism, where part of Slovak society still have this communist nostalgia, because the truth is that in communist times, their lives had been better than in the past. The thing is, we didn't talk about the conspiracy webs and theories and all of which are massive in Slovakia. and the opposition, which is we have parliamentary elections in September this year, and the problem is that actually Ukrainian war will be probably decisive in the results. That they will be the most hot topic in the elections, and the opposition, which is now combined with fascists and radical whatever, who are pro-Russians, can win the elections because of the talking about peace, actually, yeah.
As I don't see further questions at the moment, I have a further question.
Oh, thank you. My name is Raphael Krüger, and I will be moderator of the last panel of this conference. And I would like to ask a question to Andrei Portnov. Yeah, look, you had this wonderful cartoon, and with a bear and the Uncle Sam and the girl in the middle. Mm-hmm. And the funny thing is, what struck you most is the girl in the middle not saying anything, being torn apart between the two. But didn't it strike you that there's an Uncle Sam, imperialist, a Russian bear, imperialist, doing whatever they wish, let's say fighting a proxy war? I would say this cartoon is blatantly disinformation, blatant disinformation, and this in a school book, which is, I mean, rather interesting. So the education of kids means there are two imperialists with a little girl that is helpless, but two imperialists. There's no Russian war, you know, and this, I would say, is a lot of part Germany, and a lot of part thinking of Germans. If you ask them, they say, well, yeah, Russia, this is not so nice. But think of the US doing in Iraq and Vietnam, and then you go off. And this is something, to my mind, absolutely, well, following to the textbook and the cookbook of Russian disinformation.
Yeah, thank you. I'm really sorry to having more time. I completely agree. I completely agree with you. And actually, I'm very, how to put it, not happy, but I'm pleased that Guido Hausmann also mentioned this issue of anti-Americanism. I'm observing it since, at least 2014, yeah? If we really want to explain why the attitudes to the Maidan and then annexation of Crimea and those stories were so peculiar in Germany, I would also say it's very much about anti-Americanism. And I admire the book, and maybe I'll use this occasion to recommend it, by Dan Diener, a very good historian, which is called German Anti-Americanism, where actually he explains that these things even goes deeper in history, because we could find the examples of it already in the 19th century. And that's exactly, of course. And again, dear colleagues, believe me, I was, maybe not shocked, but deeply surprised to see such a cartoon in a school textbook. Because again, if you use it for, analysis of whatever, visualizing conflicts, we could use any picture. But to show it as the starting point for the kids, keeping in mind there was no Ukraine before. That was also rightly mentioned, that you have no Ukraine at all, and then you have this cartoon. As I said, I think we should start doing something about it. So thank you for your comment about it.
I don't know if it's permissible to comment on the last comment. So my name is Kristin Bergtra-Sandvik, and I come from Oslo. I'd just be very concerned that those sort of comments on anti-Americanism makes it very difficult to critique the type of US militarism abroad over the last 20 years, which have cost significant amount of lives in Iraq, in Colombia, other places. And I don't think we need to juxtapose, but I do think that if this is a discussion we're going to have, it's going to be very limited in terms of accountability, and it's going to make it very difficult to move forward. And particularly in light of the events of January last year, the year before, of storming the Congress. It's a very different ally than 10 or 20 years ago. So it doesn't have to be either or, but framing this as anti-Americanism, I do not think is helpful to take off the table. Thank you.
Okay, we're a little bit losing our panel because so I come back to two questions which were posed in the YouTube stream. The first was by Veronika Aleksanic, and she comes back to a topic we already shortly discussed. Do you think that the ignorance of the Germans about Ukraine is related to the imperial past, and accordingly the imperial perceptions of Ukraine thinking about Ukraine, which still exists? And I add the second question by Alex Agadjanyan. He writes, if we oppose imperial aggressive nationalism and defensive anti-colonial nationalism, do you think that the second one can also be dangerous for others or for democracy? So it's up to you to pick up one of those two topics and shortly comment for those two.
So I understood that the first question is about anti-Semitism?
No,
It's
imperialism.
No, can you repeat the first question? I didn't get it.
The ignorance of the Germans, is it related to to Germany's imperial past?
Yes, I think that there is an imperial kind of basis in German political thinking and attitude, and this is about of course about disrespect to so-called non-historical nations, and in particular to Central Europe. There is a huge tradition which we have to take into account and critically to re-examine. So this is of course the fact, and there are plenty of examples from the last decades which we could mention in this regard. So in colonial nationalism as a threat to democracy, that is very obvious, and although I'm hesitating to use the word colonialism so far, there is an ongoing discussion, and I remember Irish colleagues who came up with this topic some 15 years ago. Is there colonialism within Europe? So of course they have in mind the Irish-British relations, but they were expanding this issue to the Western-Eastern divide in Europe, and Western or German colonialism. So obviously there is also German nazism. There's a colonial note to Hitler's regime and to the war. But just to speak of colonialism as somehow to substitute now the term imperialism, I would like to know then what is the additional value if we use this term. So there might be some good reasons for it, but so far I would be cautious.
Maybe one comment on this discussion about cartoon, because I think it's very interesting, and it is connected to this issue of imperialism, anti-imperialism, anti-Americanism, and colonialism, and so on and so forth. So first of all, I think I understand these feelings of outrage when it comes to this cartoon, because what this cartoon is suggesting suggests that the war in Ukraine is a proxy war, like in the times of Cold War. Yes? This is a typical picture from the Soviet propaganda to explain the situation. And obviously from the perspective of Ukrainians who decided to fight against aggression and for own independence, statehood, nationhood, this is exactly about this actorness. This is our decision. We decided not to surrender because we want to live as Ukrainians in our own Ukrainian state. And this is completely against this logic of proxy war and two empires, creating the war in Ukraine according to their own interests. Yes, because this destroys completely any importance and meaning of this decision of Ukrainians, this effort made of Ukrainians, and I think I completely understand this outrage and this feeling of outrage. And now coming to anti-Americanism. Well, I think this is, I think not about, I don't want to start the discussion about the American imperialism, because I am completely aware that this discussion is different in Europe, in Africa, in South America, in Asia. It is clear. But I think what we have to take into the consideration, that especially if we try to, that this kind of the argument is used, for example, by Putin, because he knows very well that the West is in trouble because the West don't want to be the West, because the West is has bad feelings about own past, and this shows especially the discussion about the colonialism. And I think, of course, the West should discuss the problem of colonialism and the tradition of colonialism and the dark legacy of colonialism, but not in the way which makes the West completely helpless and denying itself. Because I think this way is completely destructive when it comes to the West. So the West should, of course, critically consider itself and debate about itself, but not at the expense of self-destruction.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I think anti-Americanism is one of the biggest dangers we are now, facing in this war of ideas in Europe. But I think I remember in the 90s, after the communism fell and all this, and we had been looking to the West Europe and listening for all these wise intellectuals and academicians who talk to us how to build a democracy and what we should think about. I am thinking now, I have a little bit weird feeling. We are talking about anti-Americans and this cartoon, but we should ask Ukrainians how they do feel about that. Mr. Portnov said it, but we should ask them, are they anti-Americans like many of us here are? Why not? Because they feel American helped them. Is it a colonial or imperial war? We should ask Ukrainians. They should know better than we. In this sense, I think that we should, of course, discuss all these kind of things. But in the basic, answers to the basic questions, we really should listen to Ukrainians. That's our job, to listen to them, finally.
Okay, one last question. We're running short in time.
Hello, Edgar Sengi. I think I'm one of you, or even the only member of Baltic states here. I wanted to ask probably one general question related to the topic which is presented, but I will give it, before that I will give three very short statements or examples for illustration. The question is probably not what should we know about Russia, with that we do assume that we do not know something. But in your opinion, why the knowledge of Russia have disappeared in the Western Europe, in the sense that I'm working myself with, let's say, rather old historiographical materials. And I have found that there used to be general knowledge of Russia within Soviet studies in the Cold War period. Okay, it was the understanding of Moscow, it was understanding of Soviet Union, but nevertheless it was much wider than it is right now. There was a brilliant understanding of Russian Empire in the end of 19th century, and there's a brilliant book magazine published in the US where the cartoons are made on Russian policies, including anti-Semitic agenda in 1903, including of Russian Revolution of 1905. We have forgotten the knowledge of Russia as Bolshevik state. We are using the communism as a trend. And if we are looking on the Western policy towards Bolshevik Russia, it was adopted in the League of Nations only in 1934, when the knowledge or perception of Nazism overshadowed the first knowledge of Bolshevism, which was very present in Germany in 1919, which was very present in Poland in 1920, 1919. So the question is, how do you think, when or why we have lost this knowledge, which we are seeking to find on Ukrainian battleground?
Thank you. Is it really a loss of, Guido Hausmann, you have the last word. Is it really a loss of knowledge, or is it about perception?
Well, it is, this kind of interpretation was substituted or by new research and new interpretations, and probably this took place in the 60s, 1960s, I would say, of course, with the change of the Soviet Union and of international relations, and of course also with the change in German politics. So I would say in the 1960s, 70s, we can notice a change, in particularly in Germany, and at the same time, of course, we have the start of this German-Russian economic cooperation. And so the end of this kind of cooperation we see nowadays, at the beginning, is in the 1960s. So that's exactly the decade, I think, where we have this change of perception or policies.
This would bring us back to a question which was risen by Marek Cichocki, which we will not discuss here, but perhaps in the short break of 30 minutes, the interpretation of the end of the Cold War. Which role did this play for Central and Eastern European, Polish, Slovak, German perception of what's going on in Russia? And as we all know, even in Russia, there was no single interpretation or one interpretation that was there in 91, 99, 2005, but it changed. Russian perception of the end and the reasons for the end of the Cold War and so on changed over time. Thank you very much, Martin Šimečka, Marek Cichocki, Guido Hausmann. Short break, 30 minutes, and then the next panel.
So, das müsste jetzt.
Bin ich zu hören? Bin ich jetzt zu hören? Könnt ihr mich hören, wenn ich was sage? Zu hören? Ah, bin ich jetzt zu hören? Ich höre mich jetzt selber. Ich habe mich gerade selbst gehört. Also, genau, ich habe mich jetzt gerade selbst gehört, jetzt höre ich mich auch wieder selbst.
Sehr irritierend.
Ja, sehr irritierend. So, ich bin jetzt hier in der Saalecke und spreche mal weiter. Ich höre mich immer noch selbst. Ich höre mich immer noch. Ich bin immer noch dabei, mich zu hören. Von euch höre ich jetzt niemanden. Ich rede jetzt einfach mal weiter. So, ja, ich höre immer noch mich selber. Das ist eine Rückkopplung. Also irgendwie höre ich mich doppelt, ganz schlecht. Gut, was habe ich denn hier um mich rum? Ich kann ja mal aufzählen. Ungefähr 5 Bühnensessel, 4 Stühle, 3 Packungen Getränke, unglaublich viel Equipment von der Dolmetscherkabine, noch etwa 70 Stühle und Stuhlwagen ohne Ende. Hm? Ich höre mich jetzt aber auch wieder, das ist das Problem. Zeitverzögert auf jeden Fall und ich höre mich jetzt selber, das kommt nochmal aus dem Computer raus.
Check, check, 1, 2. Ja, ich spreche mit dir. Hörst du mich jetzt? Aber ich glaube... Okay, ich glaube, das liegt aber auch noch daran, dass er gerade die Pegel runtergezogen hat.
Gut, aber ich höre dich bestens.
Okay, das ist schon mal gut. Okay, dann funktioniert das schon mal. Du hörst mich, ich höre dich. Ja, das Mikro ist zu leise, ist egal. Die Frage ist jetzt, hörst du sie... Ja, sie soll nochmal in den Raum gehen. Leute, ihr müsst das Mikro ausmachen. Leute, ihr müsst das Mikro ausmachen. Wenn ihr miteinander redet und im Zoom seid.
turn mute if you're not.
Yes, yes, for sure.
Yes.
Danke. Gerne. Die ganze Zeit schon?
Ja, also hier nicht. Man kann in den Saal sprechen, aber im Stream hat es immer geklappt.
Ich hoffe, das war nicht für alle so. Es haben sich 300 Leute angemeldet online, habe ich gerade gehört. Ich hoffe, dass sie nicht alle Tonprobleme hatten. Das ist ja ganz oft so.
So you were already here?
Yeah.
I see.
The first panel was very interesting, really.
Yes,
Yeah?
it was.
Yeah.
It was really
Yes.
Interesting.
yeah.
And the opening speech as well, I think, by Andrea.
Yeah, that was very good.
What of the
Yes. Nee, der dritte ist online.
Ja, ja, das, aber Sie,
Ach so, stimmt.
Okay.
Aber ich
Ja.
kann mich ja vorstellen.
Nein,
Also,
wenn Sie Ihren Namen
Achso, ich kann es können.
Ja.
Moderatorin.
Ja.
Okay, wunderbar. So, the first input will be from online if
Yeah.
it works.
I hope so.
It seems to work. And then we
Here in, yeah, I will start with him. First him, then you.
Okay.
Guest.
Check, check, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Du hörst mich? Okay, das ist schon mal gut. Wie kommt es im Raum an? Ist es laut genug?
Ich würde das genauso.
Carsten, Raum. Wie ist der Raumton? Passt? Ist laut genug? Okay.
Ich habe schon gesagt, dass es im Moment dauert wegen der technischen Probleme. Ja. Wir müssen die Leitung feststellen. Wir sagen Bescheid, wenn es losgeht. Ich würde es nur genauso enden lassen, trotzdem, weil ihr die Führung da steht. Ja, ja, genau, das mache ich.
Die Leitung steht nicht. Na, hören tut man ihn. Ich glaube, er hört uns nicht. Ich glaube, das ist der. I don't know.
Funktioniert es jetzt? Ah, okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for the little delay. We had some technical problems with the line to Moscow. As you can imagine, it's still not easy with the technique. My name is Gemma Pölzgen. I'm a German journalist here in Berlin, also freelancing and working as a chief editor for a small journal which is called East-West European Perspectives. But I would like to tell you who are my guests here today on the panel, because as you see, we have a line now to Moscow, and I say welcome to Andrei Kolesnikov. Здравствуйте, добрый день, вы нас слышите? Do you hear us? So what? Okay, we will figure this out, or the technique will still figure it out. Yeah. After the panel we had just now with a very interesting discussion, we will talk now about perspectives on Russia's war against Ukraine today. And our panel will focus on the changing roles of Ukraine, Russia, Poland, and Germany in international politics. How do those countries see themselves and others 1 year after the beginning of Russia's invasion into Ukraine, and how do traditional visions of the European order influence contemporary relations on our continents? And I will try again to present my guests, but perhaps I just start here on the panel. Welcome to Anna Kwiatkowska. She was born in 1969 in Warsaw. She's a founder and head of the German department at the think tank Center for Eastern Studies in Warsaw. And she studied Arabic at Tashkent University in Uzbekistan and at the University in Vienna. And she did her PhD in political science in Warsaw. Afterwards, she worked for several years as chief specialist at the Department for International Cooperation of the Polish Ministry of Interior and Administration, where she was responsible for German-Polish relations. Welcome. Also here to my right, we have Hans Christian Petersen, born in 1972 in Borken. He is a lecturer at the Federal Institute for Culture and History of the Germans in Eastern Europe and at the University in Oldenburg. Previously, he was a guest professor for migration and integration of the Russian Germans at Osnabrück University, and he studied Eastern European history, Slavic literature, and political science in Kiel and Kaliningrad, where he did his habilitation in 2016. Now I hope that our guest from Moscow can hear us. It's Andrei Kolesnikov. Just a minute, I have to look for my card. Hello? What about the line? And I look for my card. He was born in 1965 in Moscow. He is a senior fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace in Moscow, and Kolesnikov also works with the Gaidar Institute for Economic Policy. His research focuses on the major trends shaping Russian domestic politics, with a particular focus on ideological shifts inside Russian society. He was previously the managing editor of Novaya Gazeta newspaper and served as deputy editor-in-chief of Izvestia and the New Times. He has written several books and is a prominent columnist in international media, and I hope after my presentation that he can hear us. What does the technique say? Hallo? Kann die Technik mir mal sagen, ob die Leitung funktioniert jetzt? Ah, very good. So sorry. It made me really nervous that there was no connection. Because I just wanted to start with you, Andrei Kolesnikov. Thank you very much for being with us. These days, it's a rare opportunity to speak with somebody in Moscow. And therefore, I would like to ask you in the beginning to share some thoughts with us, how people in Russia today look towards the West, because in the first panel, we started actually talking about the other perspective. So please take like about 3 minutes for a first input. Thank you.
Yes, thanks a lot for the invitation. I would say that if you're talking about contemporary vision of the West, not historical one, the West is the enemy for sure. And this is a consequence of more or less new doctrine, which is rooted in history, in the history of foreign policy doctrines, in the history of Stalin's doctrines, and in perception of the West as a permanent source of attacks on Russia. And if we should talk generally about the narrative, current historical narrative and its roots, we have to notice that the Russian doctrine of historical policy is based. You know, it corresponds to the well-known Russian anecdote. The question, with whom does Russia border? The answer is with whom it wants to border. And paradoxically, this joke is the most adequate description of Putin's doctrine, which is a weak reflection of so-called Brezhnev doctrine, according to which the zones of influence of the Soviet Union are all those territories where the Soviet soldier has set foot. And we are talking for sure about, let's name it, Stalin's doctrine, about those territories which were occupied by the Soviet Union after the Finnish Winter War, and after Stalin divided the zones of influence with Hitler, according to the Pact Molotov-Ribbentrop, that is primarily the Baltic states, Eastern Poland. And you know that right now, intuitively, current leaders of Russia, they almost literally repeat the Stalin-Molotov narrative of 1939, 1940, 1945 in order to justify the invasion of Ukraine in 2022. In the case of, for instance, the Finnish War of 1939, it was spoken of a defensive war, and that the USSR was not at war with Finland as such, but with unworthy government of Finland, which was a tool of England and France. Absolutely the same story right now with Ukraine and with the collective West, which leads Ukrainians, and this is not war against Ukrainians. And in the case of Poland, it was about liberating our brothers, so-called the Western Belarusians and Western Ukrainians in 1940, from oppression of Polish past. The same story right now with Ukraine. We are liberating our brothers from, let's say, bad regime in Ukraine. So in that sense, now the special operation isn't war with Ukraine, but an act to protect Russia and our brothers from collective West. And You know that Eastern Europe, the Baltics, and Moldova in this concept are assigned the place of junior partners of the West and satellites of the United States. And of course, in the imaginary Russian axis of evil, Poland, part of the Czech Republic after the demolishing of the monument to Marshal Konev in Prague, and the Baltic states occupy key positions. In Stalinist concept, these territories simply were Soviet zones of influence and buffer state protected the empire from the West. And Putin considered at least Ukraine as a buffer state of this kind. All this means a return to empire ideology, Stalinist ideology, and the permanent reinterpretation of the essence of historical events. So maybe I'll stop myself here because I'm speaking more than 3 minutes.
Thank you. There will be more opportunities to talk in our debate then. And now I would like to switch to Anna, to her input, which will deal with the Polish perspective. And please.
Thank you for the invitation. First of all, I would like to thank you, Mr. Portnoy, for his amazing and light. Concerning these topics, so let me start with some reflection about the politics, the strategy of Germany towards Central and Eastern Europe. To make a long story short and briefly answer the question which is hidden in the title of our panel, I would say the approach to Central and Eastern Europe of Germany was mistaken. To explain this, I'm going to present the three main strategic failures of German policy concerning this subject. First of all, which is obvious, I hope, for everyone, now it's the Russia first policy of Germany. Germany let Putin know that whatever he does, Germany is willing to continue cooperation on the business level and political, even security level with Putin. Even after Syria, annexation of Crimea, Donbass, cyber attacks on Bundestag, assassination in Tiergarten, after everything like this, Germany was, German's priority was to continue dealing with Russia. So the second and the third failure of German approach to Central and Eastern Europe are connected to the first one. Of course, the second is about German attitude towards Ukraine. Ukraine doesn't really, I agree with you, exist as a subject to Germany till 2022. The Germans fell into the trap of Russian propaganda and maybe unconsciously treated Ukraine as a non-state, non-nation, and to quote Professor Snyder, The invasion of 2014 was a great success of Russian foreign policy in terms of muddling the story about this and made it unclear. The Germans picked this story up. Ukraine was never a real state. Ukrainians are not a real people. And even if they are a state, they are about to fail. And even if they are people, then all are corrupt. And by the way, they are all Nazis. End of quotation. So this was really a wrong approach to Ukraine. It is rooted, of course, in history, because after the Second World War, Russia monopolized this role of main victor and the main victim, and it was after the war, and it was a common view also in Germany. Was that it meant that Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact was taboo. The Ukrainians, Belarusians, whose losses were much greater than Russians, disappeared from the memory of Germans, and it was very convenient to make friends and make business with Russia, even on the cost of Ukraine, of course. And everyone remembered this high-level politicians, German politicians, talking about 23 million Russians victim and promoting special relations with Russia, even Nord Stream 2, with this story, with this narrative. And now the third failure, and it will be the end of the input, it is concerning Poland and other countries, especially on the eastern flank. The main failure, from my point of view, was to focus, highlight the relation with third country, namely Russia, over the interest, economical interest, security interest, over the interest of allies. So we were, thank you also to Germany, allies in EU project and European Union and in the NATO. And despite of the fact, Germany continued to highlight and went over this closest allies' interest and prioritize the interest doing business with Russia. So it was really these three failures are, from our perspective, the main, and we need the reflection, the revision of the German politics. I hope the begin is done with this Zeitenwende proclamation of Scholz, but we will see how it will end. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask Hans Christian Petersen to talk about a topic where he really knows a lot, about the diaspora, the Russian-speaking diaspora, if you want so, in Germany and their perspective.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. First of all, talking about the Russian-speaking diaspora means talking about the terms. Is it good to talk about the diaspora? I'm not sure about that. Maybe we can discuss this later. Diaspora is a disputed term in this context, of course. And the Russian-speaking as well, because most of the people I will talk about are not only Russian-speaking, and most of all, Russian-speaking means not Russian. Yeah, that's not the same. So maybe I talk about post-Soviet migrants. These are terms. We also had this in the first panel, post-Soviet. We can talk about this later. I use it as a scientific term. I will explain why, and we can discuss about these terms later. To make clear how, very shortly with 3 words, how many people I know from the post-Soviet migrants living here in Germany today, how are they since February 24th last year? They are torn, they are agitated, and they are angry. And I will explain why. First of all, just to give you a figure, until February last year, there were about 3.5 million post-Soviet migrants, if we take this term, living here in Germany, which means people coming from Russia, from Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia, and so on. And since the beginning of the whole aggression of Russia against Ukraine in February last year, it's more than 1 million, of course, refugees have come here from Ukraine and people who left Russia and so on. So we are talking about the biggest migrant group in the German society. In academia, we talk about post-Soviet migrants in order to make comparison possible, to separate these groups, but to take at all the groups together and to be able to compare them. This doesn't mean that I use this term because it's the self-understanding of the people. It's not, okay? It's a difference, of course. There are many differences between, 4.5 million people. Of course, these are very individual biographies, very different stories, very different groups, but there are also some things they have all in common, and one thing is many of them know what war is about, and many of them did know what will be, at least since 2014, and many of them know for many years what Putin's Russia stands for and what will come, and it has come like this. So there have been voices in Germany who have said, okay, listen to us, we know this very complex post-Soviet space, we know about the development that can come, but the point is, and we had this already in the first panel, they weren't listened here in Germany. They are listened more now since February last year, but until then, it was rather people like Gabriele Krone-Schmalz or Sarah Wagenknecht sitting in every TV talk show and sending Putin's propaganda, but the people from the post-Soviet states who know much better what can come, they weren't heard. That's really a problem. And it was Andrei Portnoy who raised the question if we should talk about colonialism. Yes, of course, we have to. I'm just talking about a German colonial perspective on so-called Eastern Europe, which is focused on Russia. We can also discuss why, but it is like this. But we also have to talk about Russian colonialism. Of course we have. This would be my answer. The question is, why isn't this done here in Germany? Why is it such a blind spot in the post-colonial discussions? I have some answers to this, but maybe we can come back to this. 2 last points. These 4.5 million people have been called the invisible big migrant group here in Germany. This has changed, of course. The war has made them visible. But many of them have been waiting at the train stations, have been helping the refugees. They have translated the complicated German formulas and so on. But at the same time, there are very harsh conflicts in the families because there is also a smaller part, but there is a part of these post-migrant groups who support Putin's Russia's war. And these are hard conflicts, separating families, separating friends, online and offline. And so the war is also here in this sense, in the families and the people living here in Germany. And my last point, I will come to an end then, terms and differentiations in the time of war. I started with this formulation, post-Soviet migrants, and I know about the complications using this term right now, at least since February last year. I mean, a genocidal war like this of Russia and Ukraine, it requires partisanship, in my opinion. There is no neutrality. So of course, we have to take partisanship. What does this mean for our terms in academia, in the science? Is it possible to talk about broader perspectives like post-Soviet or imperial context and so on? Or is it something that is not possible right now and has to be postponed? I don't know, it's just an open question, but there is a discussion going on in the German academia dealing with Eastern Europe about this question. Okay, probably too long, thank you.
No, that was fine. Thank you very much. Now we enter into the debate, and I hope Andrei Kolesnikov is still with us, because I would like to ask you, you heard the harsh critique of Anna Kwiatkowska about the Russian first policy in Germany, and I would be interested how you see this critique from your perspective. Because it was also a different time at that time, so the goals were different, and I would be interested in your position. Is he still there? Yes.
I must say that we must divide different questions. I mean, the perception of Germany in Russia several years ago was very good, because among Western partners, Germany was one of the main partners, in an economic sense primarily, but maybe in political sense as well. At the same time, when being asked which countries are more attractive to Russians, according to polls, people said that the first place for sure is China, then Belarus, paradoxically, as an example of kind of a better Russia. But the third place was occupied by Germany, not any other European country, because this is historically an example of good order, good governance, etc., etc. Right now, this is another kind of attitudes, because Germany became the part of the West, and collective West is attacking us, and people can differ. Germany, Switzerland, I don't know, Poland, Spain, France, this is a collective West. And all these elements of the collective West, they depend on the United States of America. So Putin repeats this word, collective West, NATO, United States, and the European Union as a kind of a servant for servant of the United States of America, like this. So Germany nearly disappeared from this sociological map, like this. Yes, but it appeared again in Putin's speeches because he exploits historical anniversaries like the end of Leningrad siege, the anniversary of Stalingrad battle. So, and he said, speculating on this topic in Volgograd's speech, that again, German tanks are against us. He's exploiting all the time this narrative that we are continuing right now our great patriotic war with not simply with Germany, but with the West as such, because he said it in St. Petersburg that all the West participated in World War II against us. He didn't mention even allies like Great Britain and the United States. So it's something more cynical in terms of interpreting history.
So in this interpretation of history, is it very successful in the groups you have described just now?
It's hard. Oops. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you.
No, I was asking Mr. Peterson. Yeah, I was asking Mr. Peterson.
Okay, sorry. It's hard to. It's not so easy to answer the question because we have no news survey since February last year, but there are surveys with data of surveys between the post-Soviet migrants here from 2020 and 2021. And following these results, we have about 25% of this group who who doesn't completely agree, but who tends towards the Russian propaganda. So, I mean, there are still, you should make some differentiations, but let's say about a quarter, 25%. So this means 75% do not tend towards Putin's narratives. I mean, 25%, it's not nothing. It's not a small minority, but it's a quarter. But the more important it is, following Andrei Kolesnikov, we have to see that Russia is trying to address these people, of course, following this concept of so-called Ruski Mir, Russian world. And you could see it here in the year 2016 when there was allegedly rape of a Russian-German girl, the so-called case Lisa here in Berlin, by other refugees, which was a completely fake story created by the first channel of the Russian state television. But after that, Lavrov gave a press conference in Moscow and he said, it's our girl Lisa. Our girl Lisa. I mean, she's just a Russian-German living here in Berlin. So this is...
With 2 passports from what I know, isn't
yeah.
it?
Yeah, and so they try to address these people, and you have to act against this. This is the core theme of this conference. You have to create media, to make fact-based information to counter this strategy of the Kremlin.
So Anna, you heard this. Is this part of why you are so critical about Germany, that this kind of narratives from Moscow, they are easily understood here?
Okay, firstly, I will pick up to what Kolesnikov said. It was very interesting for me. He talked about the perception in Russia, and there was a sentence, Germany became a part of the West now. Is this not interesting, really? Because I think it is, I am happy about this, that it became a part of West now, but we have to be aware that Germany was not perceived like this in Central and Eastern Europe, and even not in Russia. Maybe Germany took the role of mediator, very convenient, both sides, sowohl als auch Diplomatie, you know this. This was very convenient. You could control the process of, for example, negotiation as a mediator, but you were not the one part or the another. You know, mediator is not the West. What about Westbindung, which was so...
But it's a unified country with 2 parts, which one part was the GDR, as you know.
If you are a mediator, you are not the part, this part and nor this part. This is a very dangerous situation for example, for me. I am a Western country. So if you are a mediator, now it has changed. The narrative now is Brückenbauer. Nice, much more intelligent. But I think the same is hidden in this.
But I don't understand what is the problem about Brückenbauer or
now, Brückenbauer is much more intelligent than mediator. I told you what is the problem with mediator. If you are a mediator, you are not a part of something, of the one of this. I want Germany to be a part of West, not a mediator between West and East. This is crucial. This was the first remarks, and the second was about the narratives. Yeah, of course, this is of course very dangerous for the public, the audience, so in society in Germany to be so influenced by this narrative. We have discussed in last panel about this thing about pacifism. Yeah? This is real dangerous, because what what Hitler got after World War II was defeat, was not peace. And in these terms, we have to discuss this war nowadays. So peace is for a defeated country who was forced to negotiate. So that's why I think this is a dangerous narrative now in Germany, but not only in Germany. We've heard about Slovakia, and even in Poland this is not, maybe not popular, but there are people thinking like this. From my perspective, the most important thing is what political elite, business elite is thinking, because especially what Chancellor is thinking and SPD as a ruling party, and even much more what are the people around Olaf Scholz are thinking, because they have in the constitution this power to create foreign policy of Germany. So if you are these narratives in society, okay, let's be. But if Chancellor is going to act like led by these narratives, this is dangerous thing for me. So
what do you expect them to think?
Whom?
Olaf Scholz and so on.
Olaf Scholz. I don't dare to advise him, but I would say listen to your coalitioners. So maybe it's better to listen to what the Greens, which are the only party not involved in these connections, Russian connections. Maybe listen to FDP Marie Agnes Strack-Zimmermann regarding delivering weapons. Maybe more discussion in the government. It will be good for your democracy.
Do you agree?
Yes, I do. I'm not the one defending the politics of the SPD, definitely not. But maybe we should add, at least when we're talking about the Social Democrats in Germany, one more point, the tradition of Ostpolitik, because I think this has to do something with the situation we are in. And it shouldn't, I think, because the Ostpolitik in the 1970s by Willy Brandt and others was a different thing, I think. At this time we had the Soviet Union with and the people, the countries of the so-called Warsaw Bloc, they were dominated by Moscow. So there is a reason to address Moscow first, and Willy Brandt has also been in Warsaw and so on, as we all know. So it is a different thing, but I think I have the impression, I may be wrong, but it's my impression that this still plays a role in the way some people of the Social Democrats are acting today, but we have a completely different situation today. We have free countries since 30 years who have decided their own way. Ukraine going in the direction of EU, and I hope so in the direction of NATO. This is their own choice. There is no need to address Moscow and to ask them anything about what these countries should do or not. So maybe to put it more positive, maybe this war, as terrible as it is, it could be a chance to create a new Ostpolitik, a common Ostpolitik with Poland, the Czech Republic, Slovakia, Germany, and so on, and Ukraine together against Russia, and to have a common position. Maybe this would be but this wouldn't be the same like in the 1970s.
Perhaps a question again to Andrei Kolesnikov. Is he back? I don't see him. I mean, do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, very good. I would like to know about. You heard what our participants here said on the panel, and what do you think about the narrative towards Europe? Because so far Europe has been quite unified in its policy towards Russia. Do you think that there is a big interest in the Putin regime to split and to have this, more conflicts between the partners in the European Union?
For Putin, any conflict inside the European Union is a gift. But right now, he's a problematic position because really, even from so seeing the situation from Russia, everyone sees that the European Union is united right now. And Putin can't play Byzantine games in splitting different nations, different parties inside European Union countries. This is time for more direct political process. Here is the West, here is Russia. So here is, in a new narrative, here is the war with NATO and with the collective West. So no details, no different colors. This is simply Europe. This is simply the West with the leadership of the United States. No, not more. But several years ago, I would say that it was one of the main political lines of Putin to create a split in the European Union, to create a split inside different countries in the European Union. He supported far-rightist parties in different countries. It is well known. So right now, this is not a time for this kind of details. Now the world is black and white.
And Anna Kwiatkowska, are you concerned that this unity could be fall apart? Because we see a lot of election campaigns, especially in Poland at the moment, which are quite anti-German, I would say, and this could lead to more problems between the countries here in Europe itself.
Yeah, thank you. Short remarks on Ostpolitik, because this is a very important issue for us. We in Poland don't see this as in such a positive way as it is seen in Germany. I would quote an architect of the Ostpolitik, Egon Bahr, who told us years ago, the Frieden is wichtiger as Polen. So the peace is much more important than Poland. If you want to paraphrase this and set Ukraine for Poland, it is what Ukrainians think, hearing what very important persons politicians from, for example, this parliamentary faction of SPD, Munzenich, is talking about peace, Ukraine, and what is much more important. The division between the countries of West, I don't think so. It will be cause much problems. I think we let us not divide, and I think also the US, which is this country which unite the West, not the German political elite, although it will be good seen if Germany would lead this coalition. So that Americans don't want us to fight, to split. So there will be some negotiations, or they will talk to all of us to build one frontier against Russia. And what I want to add, I think countries like Germany but not only Germany, should thought more about the division inside, in domestic politics. So, for example, fighting the narratives spreading by AfD or Die Linke. I know my focus of my job is Germany, that's why I don't talk about France, but I think there are also parties like this. So it will be much more important to confront these narratives of AfD and Die Linke, not to divide the society inside Germany and not to divide the member states of European Union.
And Hans Christian Petersen, what do you think about these divisions? I mean, also looking from the German perspective to Poland, there's still a peace government in power, which is very criticized for in the European Union as well. It's not that the German-Polish relations are the best at the moment.
Yes, and to be honest, I was really afraid, probably I'm not the only one, looking last autumn at the winter coming and the reactions in the German, but not only in the German, in all European societies. If the energy prices would have been even more higher than they are, I didn't know what come. Now we have February, so maybe we will, there will be a common outcome at the end of this winter, but the war will go on for many months, probably, and there definitely is a danger of division inside. It is in Germany, of course, with the AfD, but also with the populist politics of the left. But it's the same in Poland, of course, with the peace government, with the attacks on independent media, constitutional rights, and so on. And I didn't speak of, I mean, if we speak of Hungary. So, of course, in every society, in France as well, in Great Britain, I mean, so there are dangers, and Putin is trying to inflict them, of course. As Andrei Kolesnikov said, every conflict is a good conflict for him, definitely. So in the end, I think it depends on us. It depends on the societies and on the people. To be aware what is really important in these times. And the most important thing is to defend free and liberal societies and to defend Ukraine and not to let us divide. And we have to remember this again and again.
Thank you. Now I would like to open the panel. I'm sure there are questions. There's already one there. Is the mic somewhere? Where's the microphone? There's the microphone coming.
Victoria Sreda, Forum on Transregional Studies, Berlin. I have one question to Andrei Kolesnikov, and my question would be, you just showed us that first Russians loved or had a very positive feeling towards Germans, and then just within a month or so you have a twist. And my question is, what is your reflection? How is it possible? Because if we look, for example, at Ukrainian society and the measurements of positive attitudes toward Russians, they would drop after 2014, but not radically. And if people love or have a positive perception of certain nation, it's very difficult to twist it within 2 months or so. And I have a question to Hans Christian Petersen. My question would be, when I arrived to Jena as a fellow, I visited an exhibition which was devoted to Turks which were killed by right-wing Nazi in that city. And then I also, on the 9th of November, had to stand together with my colleagues to guard the stones of memory from the Nazis or right-wing followers in the city. And now what we listen in the media, that we have already cases when there were attempts to burn the places where Ukrainian refugees are staying. And again, this would be post-Soviet Nazi or right-wing minded people. So what can be done to prevent such things and also to change the situation when me, Ukrainian, I have to stand and guard the stones of memory in Germany from Germans who are living in this community?
Thank you for these questions. Andrei Kolesnikov, can you start, please, with your answer?
You know, I barely heard the question, and can you sum up? I have not.
Do you want to sum up?
I mean, can you, Gemma? Can you sum up, because I don't hear the question from the whole the trainer.
Can you hear?
No, I can't hear.
Okay. It was a question about the radical shift, actually, in opinion towards Germany. No, that's what you asked about.
To some extent, yes, because as I said, Germany became the part of collective West, and it was more or less a friendly country in terms of mediating, really, something between the West and Russia, and now. The things has been changed radically in that sense. Yes, and Germany's, despite well, yes, maybe more or less advanced classes or sophisticated people who are following news and serious political analysis. They know about these differences between Germany's position and position of other European countries. This split between Baltic states, Poland, and some other European countries, but it is not significant in terms of mass perception of the war and mass perception of the enemy. This is more for, let's say, observers, analysts, etc., etc. So for an average Russian, this is not a problem. This is the same.
Yes, thank you for the question. What can be done against the violence or radicalization here in Germany? I mean, there is no silver bullet, probably. I think what we all have to do is to stand up, to make visible, that the majority in this country doesn't support such acts, and it is important to not let the streets be the places for such acts, of course, and to argue, to stand up and to argue. And I mean, there were, as you said, there were several assaults at the end of last year on houses for Ukrainian refugees, already people in or just prepared to be a shelter for them. And this is, I mean, it's hard to say if it is racism in general or if it was especially against the people from Ukraine or the so-called Eastern Europeans, whoever this may be. But in fact, it was racist violence, of course. And we have to make clear at least some differentiations. As I said, all of these, or almost all of these 4.5 million people here coming from the post-Soviet states, they speak Russian, not as the only language, most of them, but most of them also speak Russian. But this doesn't mean, first of all, that they are Russian. This doesn't mean, even if they are Russian, that they in any way are supporting Putin's politics or not. You don't know that. But from the outside, from a racist point of view, they are attacked all the way. It's all the same in the racist logic, yes. And we have to make this clear that these are people living here for years or decades, some of them, and they are not responsible for this, what is happening right now. Maybe this is not a, yeah, there is no silver bullet. I have no better answer.
Yeah, there was a question here, I think.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Anneli Ute-Gabani, a political analyst. My final position was with Stiftung Wissenschaft und Politik. I would perhaps address a few words to Anna, because I would like to explain, everything is correct what you said, but the background is perhaps even much broader. Zeitenwende, in fact, means that Germany, and this is different from all the other East and West European countries, is confronted with its entire foreign policy and industrial economic policy being in shambles. This is a word, for instance, which Ambassador Nickel, who presented his new book on Polish-German relations 2 days ago at DGAP, he used this term. Now, as far as German-Russian relations are, these are old, and you may remember also the term which Bismarck used. He didn't say Brückenbauer, he said ein ehrlicher Makler, an honest broker. So this is also traditional, and he used also, he speaking about the former and famous secret agreement between Russia and Germany in the 1880s. He also said that this is very important for Germany to have good relations with Russia at any times. So this is one aspect. Think of Rapallo, think of Moscow, of Molotov-Ribbentrop, etc. But what I want to say is that after the Second World War, it was indeed the SPD which started its policy of Détente, Entspannungspolitik, and it was always linked with trade. You remember Wandel durch Handel was the word. And then at the Schröder era it became Wandel durch Annäherung. But Handel began before the SPD was in power, because it began with the Mannesmann-Röhren business. So the economic relations with Russia at the time also being criticized by the United States, but it went on. It was
Sorry, do you have a question perhaps?
Yes,
because
sure.
There are also other people who would like to pose a question.
But maybe I would also like to, I would appreciate, it's not exactly a question which I wanted to pose, I wanted to underline certain things, but it's very important to look at the internal division. AfD is the party which is most pro-Russian in Germany, and it's in a good relationship with Marine Le Pen and other parties. And last but not least, think of the division between East German, the East Germans and the West Germans here vis-à-vis Russia and the Ukraine war. There is a huge split. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Do you want to react to the question of German and Russia?
It was not a question. Thank you for the explanation. I would say if something is traditional, I mean this Bismarck thing, it doesn't mean it should be good. So really to explain me something about me as Pole, something about Bismarck and its politics towards Russia is so, I'm confused. So thank you. Thanks.
Okay, there are other questions, I think, here.
Thank you. I'm Andrzej Nowak, a historian from Kraków University. My question to Mr. Kolesnikov concerns his interpretation of contemporary stage of Putin's propaganda or narrative that there exists only collective West. I'm sure that you are right, but I see in the recent speeches of President Putin still these allusions that there are hopes for Germany and for France, these two countries, to rebel from this collective West. For example, in the last speech he gave in Stalingrad, he used the fact of presence of General de Gaulle's grandson. And when he said this phrase about German tanks attacking us again, the next sentence was, but Germany should not be accused of all evil. Actually, all other nations are staying behind Germany. So he once again tried to extend his hand to better Germany, rebelling against the real enemy, that is the real enemy being the United States, of course. So my question would be whether you agree that there are still some shades, at least, of this previous attitude that maybe in France and in Germany there is still some hope for Mr. Putin? That is one question, and another one very
Just a minute, because I'm not sure if he understood.
Ah,
did you hear the question? It was the question if there's still hope. Yeah, okay. So then perhaps
I'm saying this hope ironically, of course. You understand irony.
Perhaps we answer the question, then we make
very
the
short
second
question
one.
to Mr. Peterson.
Yeah.
You know, I can't see any kind of hope in Putin's words, because he stressed, on my opinion, another thing, that not only Germany participated in this attack on the Soviet Union in 1940s, but members of other countries. And this meeting with de Gaulle's son, this is something marginal, because if Lavrov meets somebody, he meets only with friend, not with enemy. It means, I don't know details about the vision of the world from the side of de Gaulle's son, grandson, but I can say that he must be more or less on far rightist position if Lavrov meets him in that sense. So this is the continuation of this very more or less new narrative that the whole West always attacked us since Napoleon, then it was Hitler, and now NATO continues the line of Hitler. I am following some Telegram channels, including pro-Kremlin channels, and they are very ironical about the desire of Macron, for instance, to talk with Putin. As they write, so again, Macron said that he wants to talk with Putin, but Putin had a talk with, I don't know, Uzbekistan president and somebody else. So this is kind of an irony about it. Unfortunately, no signs of hope in these words, on my opinion.
Okay, thank you so much. Actually, my short question to Mr. Peterson concerns the number. You mentioned 1 million people from Ukraine after the Russian invasion. Do you mean people that stay permanently now in Germany, or people that just entered Germany but maybe transferred later, going back or going somewhere else? And one just very short commentary to the moderator of this really extremely interesting speech. You asked, what is wrong with Brückbauer? I would say, ask those who would live under the bridge. So we don't want to live under the bridge between Germany and Russia.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, with the Brückenbauer, the people who live under the bridge have their own agency. Yeah, that's true, of course. The 1 million or plus 1 million right now is people who have been registered, entered Germany, which doesn't mean that they are still here. Maybe they could move back or could move back and came back again. So.
Are there other questions here? Yeah. There was one. Do you have other questions? Yeah, there.
Mr. Kolektinov, do you hear me?
Can you present yourself, please?
I'm Martin Šimečka. I'm from Slovakia. Do you hear me? I would like to ask a personal question. Personal question. If you talk with us like this in Moscow, don't you feel endangered? Are you not afraid?
No, it's too late for me to be afraid of it, because everyone here knows me. In December, on Christmas Eve, paradoxically or symbolically, and generally speaking, it's unpredictable, because some people who are less active are prosecuted right now in Russia for any kind of statements, any kind of public appearances, any kind of individual resistance. the prosecution is very chaotic in Russia right now. But generally speaking, the combination of this label of foreign agent and then administrative prosecution, for instance, for discrediting Russian armies, this is, let's say, final call for leaving the country, because the next step could be criminal prosecution. I'm trying to be here in order to, apart from different family problems, in order to understand from inside the situation here, the perception of this horror by average Russians. And in some sense, for a researcher, it's important to be nearby the epicenter of the events in that sense.
Mr. Peterson, there are a lot of people coming because of these reasons to Germany from Russia as well, but also from Belarus. And how much does it change the diaspora? I know that's not the right word, but the post-Soviet migrant scene now with so many other people coming and having different experiences as well.
There are people who could answer this question better than me, probably. I mean, Irina Sherbakova is sitting here. She knows much more about that probably than me. I don't want to make this speaking instead of. I mean, I'm not part of the post-Soviet migrant.
Sure, but you're a scientist.
Yes, I'm dealing. Yes, I do. I mean, it changed a lot, of course. First of all, here in Berlin, of course. I mean, there have been a lot of people who have fled Russia in the academia. There are a lot of people who came to the who came to Germany now. They have rather short-term contracts at university here or research centers, and the key question is what will be afterwards, after 6 months or after 1 year, because the situation in Russia won't be any better, probably. This is an open question, and yeah, if you look at the Russian-speaking media, but also at homepages like Decoder and so on, you can see, like, of course, they try to articulate their agenda to be heard. Here right now, they have a lot to say. The German society could learn a lot of these people with all the fractures, of course, inside. It's not a homogeneous group, not at all. But they know much more about the situation in Russia right now than most of the people here. And what I also heard is a lot of complaints, and I think justified complaints about bureaucracy. Many of them, I mean, they could come here, but afterwards there were a lot of bureaucratic hurdles and points, and some of them also left Berlin again and then went to Warsaw or to the Baltic states because maybe it's easier to be there.
Yeah, there's another question now. And the,
Thank you. My name is Maria Kravchenko. I'm from Kyiv, from Fulbright Ukraine office, and I have rather comment, not a question, and maybe this comment you wouldn't like, because, you know, the title of the panel is Political Approaches to Central and Eastern Europe. Yeah, and here we've heard thoughts from experts from Moscow, experts from Warsaw, from Berlin, but not from Kyiv. And you know, my colleagues are watching this panel by YouTube, and they are watching it from Kyiv, and I'm not sure, but maybe right now they hearing these sirens and alarms about one more airstrike attack, and also my close family members are in Kyiv, And what I'm saying that again in this panel we have approaches to Central and Eastern Europe, but we not include Ukraine. We don't hear its voice. I know that in other panels there will be some participants from Ukraine and they will present, I'm sure, our point of view, but I guess that some expert from Kyiv included to this panel and joined this panel online from Kyiv also could deserve applause from this audience. Thank you.
Thank you for this comment. I'm sure the organizers have heard it. So there was a question here as well. Mm-hmm.
I have one follow-up question to Christian Petersen. I'm really missing collective self-organization and a collective voice of people from Russia here in Germany, and I would like to understand why there is so little.
Good question. I missed that too. That's right. I mean, there are individual people, of course, talking and writing and trying to get heard. But yeah, as you said, as a collective organization, I don't...
Is it because they're so different? Because the Belarusians, for example, they have Razam, which is an organization which...
Yeah, but I mean, on the other hand, you have Ukrainian organizations here, like Vice in Berlin, so, which make a lot of activism. I don't know. I'm sorry, I missed that too. That's right. It would be good to have an alternative, to have alternative points of view, perspectives, voices. It's so important to be to end not in this, in this homogeneous dichotomy only. There have to be different voices, and there are different voices from Russia, of course. But yeah, they should be louder. Yeah.
I don't know. Are there other questions? Yeah, there's somebody. From the Baltic states, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Edgar Sengizers, historical advisor to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Latvia. I wanted to ask if also this panel was dedicated to approach to Central Eastern Europe, and you paid very brilliant attitude and gave a brilliant analysis towards many of Putin's speeches and Russian policies. But the question was, what is interesting to me, probably Mr. Petersen could give a brief comment, whether there is some kind of Berlin Wall or Curzon line in European mindsets, then even in our audience, we do perceive Central and Eastern Europe as this little girl in the hands of some other actors. We are not speaking about European joint ideas also through this conflict situation, but we are looking on the Eastern Europe as something apart from the Western or ordinary Europe.
Yes, I try to make a long story short. Speaking about the perspectives, attitudes towards the other, in quotation marks, means also speaking about myself. So this is also the question we had at the first panel, why always this looking at Russia? And I think it has lot to do with the self-image of the people in Germany who are focused on Russia so strongly. It's something like a symbol for Ursprünglichkeit or authenticity and things like this. There is a quote from Gregor Thum, right now, not word by word, but in the sense he said, there were always perspectives, German perspectives in Russia with a lot of stereotypes, many of them negatives, some of them positives, but what is really lacking is rationality. there is a traditional lack of rationality on the view towards Russia. So this is only Russia. And to answer your question, in my opinion, there is, since the Enlightenment, Larry Wolff wrote this book, Inventor in Eastern Europe. It's already a classical work. It's from 1994, in which he has shown that in many writings of West European enlighteners, there is a classical colonial dichotomy of the so-called cultured enlightened West and the dark East. Yeah, it's Europe, but not Europe, as Larry Wolff puts it. And this has, with radicalization and later on racialization as well, there is also there are these traditions. There are also other traditions, but there are these traditions which didn't stop in 1945, of course. Then there was a Cold War, anti-communism, and so on, which is a perfect frame to continue such perspective. With other words, so I think there is a colonial tradition, in Western views, which is a homogenization as well on the East, in quotation marks. I hope this answers your questions. Yeah.
So thank you. I think that was a very good last word for our session here, and I thank you very much. No, I was reminded that there were questions in the chat, actually. I'm sorry, I forgot about that. So we'll have a look, but yeah, I'm sorry, there were two questions, so I will put them first. One is from Nadia Korba, how to evaluate the current situation in the transition region. Do you consider that there are risks to escalation of the conflict? So I don't know if Mr. Kolesnikov, can you say something to this?
I can't assess the situation in a dilettante way. I'm not a military expert, but generally speaking, the position of Putin generates escalation all the time. I can't see any signs of good faith, goodwill for any kind of peace talks from his side. Yes, he's cornered. Yes, he's very outrageous, but this is a permanent stance for him, and in that sense, I think that this war of attrition, stalemate, permanent missile attacks. He doesn't have any other suggestions, let's say, to the world right now. It is disappointing, but for the moment, no exit from this situation. In autumn, he will have to articulate kind of a more or less new message before the presidential campaign, because he should be, let's say, imitatively elected in March 2024. There are some hopes that he must suggest peace to the population of Russia, which feels fatigue from this war, including people who are for war and who are against this war. But it all depends on maybe the situation which we should witness in autumn 2023.
Thank you. There is a second question from Veronika Aleksandrovich. How is the Russian-Ukraine war likely to shape the future of Europe? Is there any possibility that a new Iron Curtain will be created? I would like to ask you, Mrs. Kwiatkowska.
I don't know, really. This is really
looking into the future.
Yeah, a very tough question. Of course, everything depends on how this war will end. So we really don't know. From my perspective, this is a division between, for example, German point of view and Polish and Balkans, Baltic state point of view. So we are more keen to think about Russia as we don't think we have to involve Russia as it is in the future of Europe, of security in Europe, of welfare in Europe, and so on. So for us, there is a possibility to not to build maybe the kind of Berliner Mauer, but to do something not against Russia, but without Russia, at least. But I think this is not a very common perspective in Germany. So Germans, like I'm talking about the political and business establishment is thinking that there is a need to involve Russia in some way in the future of Europe.
Yeah, thank you. I think there will be enough space on the conference to talk about this and to discuss this further. Now we have a break for those who want to have a break, but also there's an optional guided tour through the exhibition of this documentation center here, and afterwards this evening we have another panel discussion here. So thank you very much, especially to my guests here on the panel, and to you, Mr. Kolesnikov, all the best in Moscow. We were very happy to see you here, and thank you for your questions as well. Bye-bye.